and its implementation outlook through 2026. So we all know that we are all slowly implementing the national education policy. So our government want to introduce this NEP, shortly called as NEP. So we are slowly introducing all the institutions, especially the central government institutions throughout India. They are implementing these sort of things, and then we are also in our Central University of Tamil Nadu. We are introducing these sort of things. So firstly, before going into that, so what are the education policies in India? So when it is started, so when it comes to the education policy in India, so it started with after independence Kothari Commission in 1968 to eradicate the illiteracy. We will go detail about that. Then in 1986, National Policy on Education. So this motto is to have education to every rural area. Then we started with 1992 Program of Action POA. So in this, the main aim is to give quality education to minorities as well as women. So this is the thing. Then it comes the National Curriculum of Framework, which started in 2005. So they stress on this new curriculum, critical thinking, pedagogy, all these things. So then it was introduced in 2009. So that is right to education. So this is have national education to a fundamental right to all. In this, that is the main theme. So then it started. What we are going to currently talk about is national education policy, which is introduced in 2020. So this main aim is to have quality education because people already have gained many things. So we want to have a quality education as well as skill development. The main motive of the skill development initiatives. What we have to. So we are slowly introducing this. So mainly I talk about all these issues. What are the things? How we are implementing? So what are the things in future? What are the aims? What are the goals? All these things in this BNY sponsored knowledge enhancement program 2026, which is conducted by the Knowledge Institute. I really thank the Knowledge Institute for this arranging a wonderful event. So whatever I know, so I will speak about these things. So what are the key features of this Kothari Commission 1968? So they have this strong foundation. So first theme is the strong foundation. So this commission has created a foundation and educational structure for the country, for our India, which has become the pillar of the Indian social systems. Then the second feature is equal exam. So that they introduced in 1968. One of the main aim is to have this commission to implement a fair and clean public examination system. So then they introduced this key point is division of exams. So the commission has divided public examination system for each class according to the job and career prospects. So then they have this key feature, the fourth one, vocational studies. The importance of vocational studies, they realized at that time itself, Kothari Commission has created an initiative for vocational education. Now they are also introducing community colleges, the central government scheme. We have also community colleges, all these things, and then we can talk about this in the coming slides. That has changed the future of education system. So what about this national, then introduced about this national policy on education in 1986. So that is mandatory education. For this, the first theme is mandatory education. So this focuses on creating compulsory education for children from 6 to 14 years, and then they provide equal rights for them. So then other important thing is they introduced in that national NPE is girl education. So they realize the importance of girls education. This policy focuses mainly on girl education. So initiative to change the old thinking, which is not allowed to girls to go for schools and study all these things which is old thinking in the society. So then the third key feature of this policy is free education. That is the big changeover. So national policy this education focuses on providing a free and compulsory education to all. This is a big breakthrough in that. So this initiative was taken to enhance the employment and literacy rate in India. So that is a key improvement in these things, giving the free education to all. So then the fourth key feature of this is common style. One of the major policies of this national policy on education is to adopt a common structure of syllabus. So throughout India and compulsory subjects which have to be introduced in all over the India. Under this policy, no outside curriculum will be followed, and every school should follow, the colleges should follow the equal educational rights. So then comes 1992, the key features of this is program of action, adult literacy, so which is focused on the adult literacy and elementary education. So this was implemented to tackle the adult literacy, which was very low at the time. So they concentrate on this, and then formal schooling. So converting a non-formal schooling to a formal school, they made it as a top priority at that time. So the schooling is a major topic. So the important feature is women education. So they realized that without women education, the country won't develop. So this policy created an initiative to provide education to the minorities as well as women. So this is a key feature they have introduced in this program of action POA. Then to set up new schools, that is also another key features, which is, at that time the number of schools are very less. They want to set up new schools to introduce a good education for everybody. So this under this POA, new schools called Navodaya were set up to enhance the quality of secondary education. This will allow to follow a common structure as well as syllabus and compulsory subjects. So these are the 1992 until then comes in the 20th century. So they introduced a national curriculum framework. So which in that, so they created a common national curriculum framework. So which is for all boards like CBSE boards, all these things and institutions. So overall development. So the second feature of this is, so this policy focuses on creating holistic development for children. So this allows the children to become independent and develop queries, ask questions, all these things to develop their knowledge. So then the other feature in this is stress-free. So they are stressed up. They don't want children to be stressed up. So they introduce this key feature. One of the major aim is to implement the burden-free initiatives to all the children, stress-free assessments, allow students to live freely, and they can think individually and think innovatively to produce favorable outcomes. So then they introduced the key feature of this program 2005 is flexibility. So they give flexibility in choosing the desired subjects for a student, individual student. This gives a very flexible outcomes for students and also allows them to be more productive. So this is the key feature of this National Curriculum Framework 2005. Then they introduced another education policy in 2009, which is right to education. That is a compulsory education. So mandatory education for all the students. They introduced in this key feature in 2009, which is compulsory. Then reservation. So they introduced a reservation policy. So mainly they introduced OPC, all these things. ST, all these quotas, all these things. 25% of seats were reserved for weaker sections. There are minorities, all these things. So this allows those who are not, because those who are very weak in education, that is from the villages, rural areas, all these things, they are weaker, so they won't come for the school. So this allows the weaker students to complete their education without any social constraints. That's why they introduce some reservation for them for the weaker sections. Then easy access for them. This policy has improved the accessibility of education to rural areas. So various schools were implemented. So in rural areas to enhance the enrollment, to improve the enrollment of the children. A lot of child were encouraged to join the school. So because of these things. So then no detention policy. This right to education also implemented a no detention policy for the students, under which no students will pay. So until they reach the elementary education, no failures will be there or should be get passed. So these are the 2009 they introduced a education policy, right to education. Then national comes the national education policy. So this is the current one which we are introducing, which we are trying out in all our institutions, especially central institutions started trying this stuff of national education policy, implementing this. So we have started all those programs also. So based on this national education policy 2020. So we have many conferences regarding this. We had already in our institute, in our Central University, we had one conference for national education policy, bringing many scientists, many academicians, all of them to talk about this, to debate about this education policy. So practical learning. First thing is practical learning, the key feature of this. So this NEP focuses on the vocational as well as skill learning that allows one to gain practical exposure as well as to enhance their technical knowledge. This is one of the key features in this. Then they allot some budget, new budget for this, especially expenditure on education has been raised to 6% of India's GDP. So this allows to increase the India's literacy rate and develop the country. So which will develop the country by allotting the new budgets for research, education, all these things to encourage the educational system. Then redesigning of education. So now NEP redesign the education system by implementing the extracurricular activities which is important for the students, and modern day they introduce the modern day technologies. This is also another key features they introduced in this NEP 2020. So then new structure. So for schools they have introduced 5+3+3+4 to all levels. So the children will spend their 5 years foundation stage, 3 years in preparation stage. This is for school structure, 3 years in the middle stage and 4 years in the secondary stages. For universities, they have the 4-year program. All these things they can introduce. We'll see later about this, especially for universities, all these things. So these are the vision of this National Education Policy 2020. So education system contributes to an equitable and vibrant knowledge society by providing high quality education to all. Then develop a deep sense of respect towards fundamental rights, duties, and constitutional values, bonding with one's country as well as awareness of one's role and responsibility in changing the world. So the third vision of this NEP is instills skills to develop skills, values, and dispositions that support responsible commitment to human rights, sustainable development, which is the goal of the UN also, they align with the goal of United Nations, and living as well as global well-being, thereby reflecting the truly global citizen. Now their globe becomes very small because we have a good connection through internet, all the latest technologies, all these things. Now the country thing is gone. Now this globalization has come. We have enjoying a lot of things through that. The key principles of this NEP is respect for diversity and local context. So these all curriculum, pedagogy and policy, equity and inclusion. So as the cornerstone of all education decisions, so where community participation, encourage and facilitate for philanthropic, private as well as community participation, nearby communities, whatever you are having nearby. So they make them to participate. Use of technology in teaching and learning, removing language barriers for Divyang students, and in educational planning as well as management. And then emphasize conceptual understanding rather than rote learning and learning for exams. They can understand conceptual. We have to emphasize on that. Unique capabilities, we have to recognize, identify them in each student, the unique capabilities, as well as critical thinking and creativity to encourage logical decision as well as decision making as well as innovation in their thinking. So that they encourage in this NEP. Then continuous review. That is a very good system. So we have to review the things based on the sustained research as well as regular assessment by the experts, educational experts. These are the key features, key principles of the national education policy. So these are the universal access to the childhood care as well as education. So we have universal address. So foundation. So this from 3 to 6 years access to free, safe, high quality education, early childhood care and education. So preschools, all these things. Foundation learning curriculum from age group 3 to 8 divided into parts from age 3 to 6 ECCE and age 6 to 8 in class 1 and primary school. Then preparatory class prior to age 5. Every child will move to a preparatory class, or we call that Balavatika, that is before class 1. Then multifaceted, we have a flexible, multi-level, play-based, activity-based, and inquiry-based learning. So this implementation to be jointly carried out by the ministries, our higher education, women and child development, health and family welfare, and tribal affairs. This will be implemented jointly by the ministry. So ensuring universal access, education at all levels. So they have introduced the multiple pathways. So multiple pathways to learning. So both involving both formal as well as non-formal education modes, building schools, promoting both government and non-governmental philanthropic organizations to build schools. So learning outcomes focus will be on achieving the desired learning outcomes at all levels. So bringing back dropouts, bringing dropout children back to school. Alternative centers, alternative and innovative education centers will be established for this. Pure tutoring also sustainable for all categories, business and personal presentation. So these are all to ensure the access and opportunity to all the children. That is the main motive of this education at all levels in the NEP 2020. So these are the objectives: improvement of teaching and training quality, government regularity improving, lifelong learning initiative promotion. So we introduce the new technologies and we integrate with AI and introduce the AI. So we integrate the technology. So these are the objectives of the new education policies. You can see in the figure. Now everywhere it is AI, artificial intelligence. They are introducing in all the educational institutions to cope up with the world technology competition. So our kids has to be our students, engineering students or whoever, they have to catch up with this artificial intelligence which is booming up in the current years. So this is the objective 1, how to improve this effective teaching. So improvement of teaching and training quality. So interactive learning, practical application. You can see the figure here. Feedback, assessment, continuous improvement. This is the cycle. We can have checklist of this. So skilled and motivated educators will be there. Innovative teaching methods will be followed. Better learning outcomes will be there. We have to get the satisfaction as well as the higher satisfaction as well as competence. This is for the improvement of teaching. This is the objective 1, how to be achieved. And then improvement on regularity, how to be stronger compliance, So we have to follow the laws, rules, policies, transparent system, open process, and very clear communications, accountability, which is very important everywhere. So answerable actions as well as responsible governance, efficiency, streamlined procedures, better use of resources, and the public trust, clear policies and guidelines, standard procedures, digital systems and e-governance, regular monitoring audits, ethics and integrity in governance. These are the objectives to be improve on government regularities to be followed in the new education policy. So next objective is promoting lifelong learning initiatives. So learn anytime, anywhere for better tomorrow. So through online courses, we have this cycle, lifelong learning. So learn today and tomorrow. So online courses, learn new skills. So they are introducing the online courses through online mode. So like NPTEL, all these things, SWAYAM, all these things they are introducing. Accessible learning, quality learning, resources at your fingertips. So by using YouTube, you can access anywhere from the world. Continuous education, keep learning, keep growing. So then they encourage the community learning, learning together as well as growing together. So then skill enhancement also, upgrading your skills and improve your performance, skill development. So building new skills as well as relevant in changing the world, career advancement, enhance your expertise and unlock the very new opportunities in coming future, and the flexible learning, fit learning in your life, brighter future, lifelong learning leads to endless opportunities. These are the objectives in promoting the lifelong learning. These are the initiatives taken by the new education policy. What is the need for this new education policy? So 21st century education focus on formal education and skill enhancement, vocational practical learning. So introduce single board, Higher Education Commission of India. So these are the need for the new education policy. So what is this one? 25-26. So they introduce some system, as I told you before, 5+3+3+4 system. So these are the new policies. Focuses providing quality, equity, and affordability, and access to education to all levels. So these also provide quality education and skill enhancement programs. So these are the things as I talked about: fundamental stage, preparatory stage, middle stage, secondary stage. So this preparatory stage, class 3 to 5, preschool, Anganwadi, foundational stage, as well as Balvatika, class 1 and 2. So middle stage, class 6 to 8, and secondary stage, class 9 to 12, as I told you before. So these are the 5 pillars of the NEP 2020: access, equity, quality, affordability, and accountability. These are the 5 pillars they have introduced in that. Ensure everyone has fair and equal access, opportunities, resources, equity, provide support as well as individual needs to succeed and thrive in the society. Third one is quality. They introduce quality education, deliver relevant, effective, and high standard services and outcomes. So then fourth is affordability. It must be affordable. Ensure costs are reasonable for education as well as other, and opportunities are within everyone's reach. The fifth one is affordability, which is also accountability. Fifth one, be transparent. So it must be answerable and committed to continuous improvement of the. So that is the feedback system. All these things they have introduced. These are the 5 pillars of the new education policy. So these are the academic bank of these bank of credit, ABC we call it as. This is a digital platform in which students have to transfer the credit scores and they have achieved in their educational journey. So they digitalize the system. So the credit will be transferred in their academic bank of credit. So earn credits, we can earn any number of credits by online, offline, all these things. So the students can earn credits by completing courses or programs from recognized institutions, so university, college, or any institute. So they have been created in the digital platform for credit transfer and management. Transfer the credit, students can transfer their earned credit seamlessly across institutions. Then they can use this credit, can be used for further higher studies, degree completion, all these things are skill enhancement. So this ABC, that is the Academic Bank of Credit, empowers the students to carry their academic achievements with them anytime, anywhere, and transform their educational. So this digitized system, educational journey. So these are the various courses were introduced in the new national educational policy. What are the courses? We can see that this is a holistic and flexible approach to empower energy learners for a brighter future. First, they introduce the first thing is vocational studies. So it is hands-on training, practical skills to prepare the students for a real-world careers, skill enhancement courses, build essential skills like communication, leadership, digital literacy, and many more things. Then value-added courses, additional courses that add value to the students' knowledge and enhance their employability, and then ability to enhance courses, focus on developing cognitive, analytical, as well as creative abilities of the students. And then multidisciplinary courses. So you can introduce these different disciplines, learn across multidisciplines. So biology to physics, physics to biology, physics to chemistry, like that. So they have to go for economics, all this history, all these things, the broader process for their well-rounded education. And then other emerging courses like area like sustainability, the latest thing. So the UN stresses on this sustainability goal, AI. So the new things which is artificial intelligence, data science, machine learning, all these things, entrepreneurship, and many more things. These are the various courses introduced in the new national education national education policy. So we can get holistic development, enhanced employability by applying the skill for future, flexible choice, as well as inclusive, equitable, which is our key goal, equitable education. So we can have empower the knowledge, skills, and values to thrive in the challenging world. So these are the national curriculum frameworks guiding learning across all stages of life. So NCF, it is shortly called as NCF for school education, NCF for teacher education, NCF for foundation stage, NCF for adult education. So these focus on holistic development layers, inquiry-based, experiential, competency-based learning, values, ethics, inclusion of multilingualism, many languages, learners for life, higher studies, be a responsible citizen. These are the 5 national curriculum frameworks. Focus on play-based, joyful, so which is very interesting, and development appropriate learning, nurture cognitive, social, emotional, as well as physical development, strong foundations in language, literacy, numeracy, and values, smooth and transition to ensure the smooth transition to school education as well as the college education, teacher education, focus on preparing reflective, competent, and caring educators, emphasize holistic development, pedagogy, inclusion of technology integration, which we can promote continuous professional growth, ethical practices, teacher education institution strengthening and partnerships. So adult education, we can provide the vision and guidelines for adult education and lifelong learning, which is very, very important. So enhance the knowledge, enhance catchability, technology, focus on literacy, foundation skills and life skills, promote digital literacy and vocational skills for empowerment, encourage lifelong learning for personal and professional growth. We can support the inclusion, equity, and active citizenship in society. So this NCF create a seamless and integrated ecosystem for lifelong learning and development. So these are the 4 C's: critical thinking, creativity, collaboration, communication. So analyze, evaluate information, and make reasoned decisions. Creativity empower learners to imagine, innovate, and create original ideas as well as solutions. Collaboration build the ability to work effectively with others, value diverse perspectives, and achieve very shared goals. Then communication is very important when they go for the interviews, all these things. So they have to develop the ability to express their ideas very clearly. They have to listen actively as well as engage in a meaningful engagement in diverse contexts. So these prepare the learners to thrive in a dynamic world and contribute for a better future. These are the 4 C's of the National Education Policy. So these are the things: early foundations, language as a medium, literacy and numeracy, changing curriculum, higher education reforms. These are the features of the 2020. Skill-based learning, enhancement of online and distance education. So now we have introduced in our Central University, we have introduced in economics, then computer science, distance education, as well as commerce. We have distance education. So based on the new education policy. So these are the about the school level. So we skip this, all these things we can: preparation of elementary school, school infrastructure, resources, holistic development of the student. So they have these innovative pedagogies to be explored, report card for identifying the aptitude of the child, vocational education. So for primary grade, and there are 10 days, no back days internship, and it is a local trade, craft person. So this is very, very important step for vocational education for 6th to 8th grade students. So they develop also special education zones, the clusters for resource sharing. So they share all the resources in one point. So they created, the government has created some resources for the libraries, common libraries to can access all the journals throughout India. One subscription, one journal. So they have, they can subscribe on that. So they can access to all type of expensive journals for research purpose. They want to do some projects, all these things they can access. Then inclusivity. So assessments, exams in 10th grade, 12th grade, all these examinations, board exams, all these things. New curricular and curriculum and pedagogical framework, all these things are the features, highlights of these things. Teacher recruitment, teacher education. So these minimum qualifications for, so they have to have for colleges, and then tests. They have interviews and as well as tests. How much years, how many hours they have to do the service, training as well as for teacher, and then all these things. Role of government department bodies. So the state government to look after the policy making, director of education, SCRT to look after the academics, the school standards authority, like we have AICT, UGC, all these things. Then, so they have to strengthen the Central Advisory Board of Education for developing, articulating, evaluating these things, and then Ministry of Human Resources. Now it is called as Ministry of Education. So MOE. So bring focus on education and learning. So while we talk about this little bit about higher education, so we are in the colleges. So what we can have this. So major problems currently faced by the higher education, we have fragmented higher education system, an ineffective regulatory system, limited teachers and institutional autonomy. So suboptimal governance and leadership of higher education institutions. So lesser emphasis on the research at most universities and colleges, and lack of competitive peer-reviewed research funding across disciplines, inadequate mechanisms for merit-based career management and progression of faculty and institution leaders, rigid separation of disciplines with early specialization and streaming of students into narrow areas of study, large affiliating universities resulting in low standards of undergraduate education because of large affiliation, all these things. So these are the major problems currently faced by the higher education system in India. So these are the key changes. The policy vision includes the following key changes to the current system, moving towards a higher education system consisting of large, as I told you, multidisciplinary universities and colleges with at least one in or near every district, and with more higher education institutions across India that offer medium of instructions or program in local or Indian languages. This is one of the key points they want to change in the new education policy in the colleges as well as the universities. So moving towards multidisciplinary undergraduate education, so they can go to any discipline. So they study maths, physics, chemistry. They can go to economics, history, so horticulture or any agriculture or anything they can go. Moving towards faculty and institutional autonomy. So that is another major changes in the current system. Revamping curriculum, pedagogy, assessment, and student support for enhanced student experiences, and then reaffirming the integrity of faculty as well as institutional leadership positions through merit appointments and career progression based on teaching, research, and service. So these are the key changes to the current system in the policy. So new education policy for the colleges as well as the higher education people. So the establishment of a National Research Foundation, they have established an ANRF to fund outstanding peer-reviewed research to actively seed research in universities or colleges. The revamped, we have now the ANRF system, which they can fund all the universities, colleges. So this is they change the system to the according to the new framework, that is new education policy. So they set up a national research foundation, and then they come under this. They can give a quality projects. They give funding, all these things for going to conferences, going for the abroad, present their research articles. All these things they are supporting all these things through this ANR of all these things funding agencies. So governance of that is a separate thing. Can talk ourselves about this research funding. Governance of higher education institution by high qualified independent boards having academic as well as administrative autonomy, light but tight regulation by a single regulator for higher education. So that is the UGC we have. So they want to merge with the AICT. Now AICT also we have this. So they want to make a single regulation for higher education. So the UGC is doing now. So increase access, equity, and inclusion through a range of measures, including greater opportunities for outstanding public education, then providing scholarship by private philanthropic universities for disadvantaged, so unprivileged students, so they can gain online education, and then open distance learning and all infrastructure and learning material accessible, available to all. So that is the main motive of this higher education policy. So they want to restructuring and institutions restructuring and consolidation. The main thrust of this policy regarding higher education is to end the fragmentation of higher education by transforming higher education institutions into a multidisciplinary universities, colleges, higher education clusters, knowledge hubs, each of which will aim to have 3,000 or minimum 3,000 or more students. So moving to large multidisciplinary universities, so that is the restructure we want in the new education policy. And higher education clusters is the highest recommendation of this policy regarding the structure of higher education. State-wise mechanism for granting graded autonomy to colleges through transfer system of grade accreditation will be established. In addition to teaching and research, higher education will have other crucial responsibilities which will have discharged through appropriate resources, incentives for research. So they can best research award, all these things, best paper award, and structures. So this will be implemented, this long time goal by 2040. All higher education institutions shall aim to become a multidisciplinary institution. That is our vision 2040. For all higher education institutions shall be multidisciplinary institution. So we'll have to have large number of students, minimum 3,000 or more students. So these are the undergraduation will be of either 3 or 4 years. Multiple exits.
Control tape. Okay, முதல்ல போடுங்க அடுத்த ப்ரோக்ராம் அப்படியே மாத்தி மாத்தி ப்ரோக்ராம் ரன் பண்ணி பாருங்க எல்லா ப்ரோக்ராமும் ரன் பண்ணி பார்த்துட்டு 4வது ப்ரோக்ராமுக்கு மட்டும் டூல் சேஞ்ச் பண்ணணும் அது பண்ணிக்கலாம் அதே மாதிரி கிளாஸ் ஒர்க்ல காலையில போட்ட பாத்தீங்களா 2 எக்ஸ்ட்ரா ப்ரோக்ராம் அதெல்லாம் ரன் பண்ணி பாருங்க மல்டிபிள் டர்னிங் சைக்கிள் போட்டு பாருங்க எங்க சிவபாலன் மல்டிபிள் டர்னிங் சைக்கிள் எல்லாம்
So undergraduation will be either of 3 or 4 years if they introduce the 4-year course with multiple entry, which is having the students have the flexibility of multiple entry as well as multiple exit options. So we are introducing this the current year we have started. So we introduced the 4-year program with the multiple entry and exit options. So when they want to exit in the first year, they will be given the certificate. Previously, they have to inform us before 6 months. So they have to have these vocational some courses they have to take in order to have the exit option, so that they can go out with the certificate with the college when they join our university or colleges. This is the according to NAP. And then when they have these 2 years, second year come to second year, they want to exit option. They can get the diploma. So they can have to satisfy some vocational courses. They have to take some vocational courses before that in order to get the diploma. And then third year, they will want to exit. They can get the bachelor degree, BSc or something like that. So then the fourth year, they will get a bachelor degree with honors. So if they have more than 7.5 CGP or 70%, they can go for the research. They can take some research extra credit, so they can get a honors degree with research. This is the new education policy according to the graduation undergraduate program. So according to the new education policy, so they can have multiple entry as well as the exit option. They can rejoin also. So this is the flexibility given for the student in the national education.
பாட்டே போட கூடாது நமக்கு மைண்ட்ல இருக்கும் டப் டப்னு ப்ரோகிராம் போட்டு போவோம் ரைட் பிரசாத் இன்னொரு நேத்து காலையில ஒன்னு போட்டு தெரியுமா செப்டர் நீங்க மாத்தி 26 கொண்டு 35 கொண்டு கொடுத்தனல 9 mmக்கு அந்த நோட்டை பார்த்து போடுது அத காலையில ஒன்னு கொடுத்தனலடா அந்த நோட் எடுத்து போட்டு பாக்குறியா போட்டு பாரு அப்பதான் மைண்டுக்கு வரும் சரி கண்ணா காலையில ஒண்ணு நோட்ல போட்டீங்களா அதை எடுத்து போட்டு பாருங்க அண்ணாதான் பாருங்க
environment and support for the students.
சிமுலேஷன் தெரிஞ்சா முடிஞ்சு மெஸ் நோட் ஏறலாம் அங்க வர்க் பீஸ் அல்டிமேட்டர் தான்
கார்த்தி யாரா சொன்னீங்க அத மைக் ஆஃப் பண்ணுங்கப்பா
institutions and faculty will have the autonomy to innovate on matters of curriculum pedagogy. So we have many programs that the government has introduced, innovation council, that is institution IAC. Through that they have this innovators can go there. They have the incubation center, all these things they are establishing, the SOCAS, and then they have this hackathon, all these things, so they can go and compete within the national level. All these things they can so according to NAP they can get a chance to expose their innovation, and then they become the entrepreneurs. So each institution will integrate its academic plans ranging from circular improvement to quality of classroom transaction into its larger institutional development plan. So this is the optimal learning environments for the support for the students according to the NEP 2020. Then ODL will be reviewed through concentrated, open, concentrated evidence-based. So we have to show the evidence effort towards expansion while ensuring adherence to clarity articulated standards of quality. So now we are going for this ranking, all these things, NRF ranking, NBA, all these things. All these are based on the evidence. They need the evidence. So what we have. So these sort of things can be established. So then they have to have this education to be internationalization, student activity, as well as participation. The various initiatives mentioned above will also help in having larger number of international students studying in India, so they can come to India and provide greater mobility to students in India who may wish to visit, study at transfer clinics, or to carry out research at institution abroad as well as and vice versa. Because these abroad institutions they have their 4-year programs, so it will be easy to get the admission. So that is easier for them when they are graduated from this through this initiative of national education policy. So India will be promoted as a global study destination, providing premium education for abroad students at affordable cost, thereby helping to restore his role as a Vishwa Guru. So this is also possible with the new education policy. Students will be given plenty of opportunities for participation in sports, cultural arts, clubs, eco clubs, activity clubs, community service projects. Every education institution, there shall be counseling systems for handling stress and emotional adjustment. So these are all introduced in this NEP 2020. Furthermore, a systemized arrangement shall be created to provide the support to students from those who are from the villages, rural backgrounds, that is, including increasing hostel facilities as needed. So with the good facilities, hostels, providing food, all these things, good accommodation, so quality accommodation, quality foods, all these things for the students, so they can stay there and enjoy the education. So they want to introduce also this, as I told you, use the mother tongue as local language or medium of instruction or programs bilingually to increase access and promote the strength and usage and vibrancy of Indian languages. Many languages can be introduced. They can introduce also the many foreign languages. They can choose like French, German, Japanese. These sort of things also introduced in our institution to have the students, and then they have this open elective which other students can come to our department. So from economics they can come to the science, like a materials technology department. From materials technology department they can go and take music. These sort of flexibility, this is open elective. They can give these open elective courses also introduced here. So these sort of things, they can get more benefits. They can expose to all subjects and then learn about this management skills, music, history, all these things, agriculture. These sort of things will be useful by introducing this national education policy. So equity and inclusion in the higher education. So these are the steps that to be taken by government. So earmark the suitable government funds for the education of the SEDs and set clear target for the GER for SEDs. Also enhance gender balance in admissions. So both equally for gender balance, like a girl student as well as the boys. To the higher education institution, enhance access by establishing more high quality higher education in the aspirational districts, special educational zones, large number of this higher education institutions, develop and support high quality higher education institutions that teach in local or individual Indian languages or bilingually. So provide more financial assistance, the scholarships, all these things. The banks make it easier. They have provided they easy to get the loan from the banks. they have some provision also. So we have the provision. So they have established a coordinator for this, and then they can give the scholarship for the students to those who are not affordable to have the to pay the fees, all these things. In both public and private higher education institutions, conduct outreach programs. So that steps to be taken by all the higher education institutions, mitigate the opportunity costs and fees for pursuing higher education, provide more financial assistance and scholarship to socio-economically disadvantaged students, economically poor students, weaker students also. Conduct outreach on higher education opportunities and scholarships, make admissions process more inclusive, so introducing things, reservation policy, all these things strictly. Make curriculum more inclusive, increase employability. So they have to tie up with the what industries, so they can introduce industries courses. Then they can appoint the visiting professors. So from abroad also they are encouraging to, and then so professor of so they can eminence or from industries they are appointing here, as well as abroad visiting professors they are appointing, as well as the local eminent persons from industries, experienced persons. So they are introducing these sort of things. They can increase their employability. They can learn from these industrial experts. They can teach, they take courses, all these things. Develop more degree courses taught in Indian languages as well as bilingual. So they have to, as I told you before, they can introduce the counselors to ensure the physical, psychological, and emotional, because now the students are mostly used to the mobile phones, all these things. So in order to have, sometimes they get stressed by the too many courses, all these things, and then societal problems, lot of things are there. So they have to ensure the physical, psychological, emotional well-being of the students by appointing the counselors of the according to NEP. Student support centers, so requisite supports to the students from rural background, those who are in weaker in the studies, we can have this support for them by conducting extra classes for these students. So for the weaker students, those who fail, those who these things, we can have this sort of support, which is a must in this national education policy. Then who are weaker in the subject as well as fail in the subject. And then Vivian-friendly higher education institutions, general inclusion fund, specialized educational zones, these can be introduced in this educational institution according to the national education policy. So how to achieve an equitable and inclusive education system by 2030? So we have to establish these special education zones in disadvantaged, that is rural regions. So that's how that last time they introduced these central universities, one of these policies they have in rural areas. You can see all these central universities are established in the rural, very remote areas, because we are very far away from the cities, like we are established rural area, which is then they can develop the rural areas by introducing the specialized education, so like central universities they have. Scholarship for students from weaker groups, and gender inclusion fund, as I told you before. Capacity development, so we have a course, we have the government has funded, I am one of the PI in that, capacity CPDE, capacity building, and entrepreneurship, we have this. And then many faculty from outside, experts, industrial experts, those who are expertise, well experienced, 30, 25 years, they are coming and handling this capacity building and entrepreneurship development in our institution. The government is funding. We have some MOU with the Ministry of Education. They're giving like 32 lakhs for 3 years to spend to support these faculty coming from outside. So in extra hours we are conducting competition, as well as we are bringing out the innovation capability how they can develop innovative things, and then how we can be entrepreneurs. These sort of things we are coaching. So according to the NEP, this thing, 2020. So this is teacher education, as I told you. So regulatory systems shall be empowered to take the stringent action against the substandard and dysfunctional teacher education institutions. So by 2030, only educationally sound, multidisciplinary and integrated teacher education programs will be running in force, will be effective. So 2030, so they are eliminating all the things will be eliminated. So they introduced a 4-year integrated B.Ed program. So this is offered by these multidisciplinary higher education institutions. So by 2030, that is their goal, that is government goal, become the minimal degree qualification for school teachers. But we are introducing these sort of things now itself. So many institutions yet to introduce. So higher education institution offering teacher education programs ensure the availability of a range of expertise in education and related disciplines as well as specialized subjects. This is very, very important in these things. We have to have a very good expert as well as a specialized person in the to teach the specialized subjects like AI. So not many people are specialized in this. Now we are getting better and better off. So not many experts in that to teach the AI very effectively. All fresh PhD entrants, irrespective of discipline, will be required to take credit-based courses in teaching, education. So they have introduced all these things. They have to have this research methodology, all these things, pedagogy, writing related to the chosen PhD subject during the doctor. This is compulsory for this PhD. Those who are entering the PhD by entrance examination, we have a CUET examination. They have to take these courses, which is compulsory. Research methodology, so research ethics. This is all compulsory credit courses. They must take, and then they have to learn about the pedagogy, writing skills, all these things. In service, continuous professional development for college and university teachers will continue through the existing institutional arrangements as well as ongoing initiatives. A national mission for mentoring shall be established with a large pool of outstanding senior retired faculty. So that they are having this, every institution must have to appoint a retired faculty or senior faculty with good experience. So those with ability to teach in Indian languages, whom would be willing to provide a short and long-term mentoring professional support to the university as well as colleges. So recruitment of teachers through a transparent process, that is very important in this process. NEP 2020, motivated, energized, capable faculty, recruitment based on merit. So they have to have so they fix the PhD program, PhD, they have to finish PhD or NET to qualify for teaching in this higher education institution. These sort of things are very strict, now becoming very strict. So in academic as well as teaching, research as well as public service. So they will be recruited based on the merit. So changing the approach to the teacher education, so we'll gradually move into as I told you, it will be multidisciplinary and university also by 2030. That is the goal of our education, Ministry of Education. So by introducing the national education policy. So reimagining the vocational education. So as I told you before, we have a community college. So we need rename that skill development. So the rural students coming and getting diploma, these certificate courses as well as diploma, they can join the degree in our university also. Many students are benefiting. So there are maybe around 70 students are studying in our community college, which is conducted. So the government is funding through ministry. This policy aims to overcome the social status hierarchy associated with vocational education and require integration of vocational education programs into mainstream education in all educational institutions in a phased manner. So that is also reimagining this vocational education. By 2025, at least 50% of the learners through the school and higher education systems shall have exposure to vocational education, as well as they have to have a clear action plan with targets and timelines will be developed. So we have to develop all this. At least 50% of learners. So we have to have this thing to exposure to the vocational education. But we have achieved, I think our Tamil Nadu, Kerala, so they have achieved more than this. I think so. We are well off. So individual institutions that are early adopters must innovate to find models as well as practices that work, and then share this with other institutions through mechanisms set up by the community, so as to help extend to the reach of the vocational education. So this national skill qualification framework will be detailed further for vocational professionals. So then other things, they want to have the quality academic research. So make in India, that is also another motive. So they want to make all the things in India. So that's a policy they have to catalyzing the quality research academic and all three through a new national research foundation. That's why they introduced the National Research Foundation. So ANRF. So they renamed before it was CRB. So this policy envisions a comprehensive approach to transform the quality as well as quantity of research in India. They need a quality research. They don't want something they want applied research. They want the device. That is the motive. They are supporting fundamental research, then which leads to the application, which leads to the device. That's what the new education policy stresses on. This includes career counseling in schools towards identifying students' interests and talents. Many school students are coming and visiting our lab. This is a part of the program. They have, so the government is supporting all these things. Promoting research in the universities. At the universities, we have a good research facility. The government is supporting very well. We have a good project. Our department also, many of them, all of them, most of them are having projects with good funding. We have fixed funding, like many fundings are there, pair funding. So we are pairing with this spoke institution. We are one of the spoke institutions which we are pairing with IIT Madras. So the government is funding for this to do the quality research. So on the guidance and the support of the IIT, all these things. Then faculty career management system. So we have a management system that gives you weightage to research. So they have marks, then PA, these sort of things. They can have the career. So they publish papers, produce PhD students, so internship students, all these things that have carries merit. This policy envisions the establishment of a NRF, National Research Foundation. The overarching goal of the NRF will be able to enable a culture of research to permeate through all the universities. So they will want to establish the research environment in all the universities, colleges. The students able to innovate so that they can learn by research. They can innovate. They become entrepreneurs. So by incubation, all these things. So this is the target by the 50% by 2030. Transforming the regulatory system of higher education. So regulatory system of higher education will ensure the functions of regulation, accreditation, funding, academic standards by distinct, independent, empowered bodies. The 4 sectors will be set up. So as I told you, so independent verticals with one umbrella institution, the Higher Education Commission of India. The first vertical institution, Higher Education Commission of, will be the National Higher Education Regulatory Council. So it will function as a common single point regulator source for the higher education sector. So including teacher education, but excludes the medical as well as legal that are coming under the different umbrella. Medical education like MBBS and law, BL, all these things. So the second vertical of Higher Education Commission in India, therefore be meta accrediting body called the National Accreditation Council. So these are all they want to bring the regulatory system for higher education system. The third vertical system of higher education council will be the Higher Education Grants Council, which will be carry out funding and financing of higher education based on transparent criteria, including the IDPs as well as prepared by the institutions and the progress of the research and their implementation. So we cannot just like that, we cannot do research. They will check all these things, what is the progress. Every year they need the progress report of the funding. So every year, sometimes we have to present the institution as well as we have to go and present the funding agency. We have to send the reports by digitally, by emails, all these things. So they will check the implementation, otherwise they will stop the funding. So if it is not the progress, they will stop the funding. These sort of things they want to have a check on the research funding. The fourth vertical of higher education institution will be the General Education Council, which will be framed, expected, learning outcomes. So what are the outcomes? We have these learning outcomes, all these things we are introducing in our syllabus. What is the outcome of each of these, our syllabus of each of these subjects. For higher education programs as well as also graduate attributes. This is referred as graduate attributes. So the professional councils, these are the councils they are establishing in Pakistan, such as Indian Council for Agriculture Research, ICAR, Veterinary Council of India, National Council for Teacher Education, NCTE, Council of Architecture, National Council for Vocational Education and Training will act as professional standard setting bodies. These are the standard setting bodies. These will play a key role in the higher education system and will be invited to be members of the GEC. The functioning of all these independent verticals for regulation, accreditation, NHR, ERC, National Accreditation Council, funding HEDC and academic standard setting, this GEC and the overarching autonomous umbrella body HECI will be based on transparent public disclosure and use the technology very extensively to reduce the human interface to ensure the efficient and transparent in their work. So these are the another point we have to note down. We want to ensure the efficiency as well as transparency. That is very, very important. The public philanthropic partnership models for higher education institutions be piloted with the aim of further expansion and access the high quality of higher education. So this is also another one. So how to commercialize curbing the commercialize of education. So multiple mechanisms with checks and balances will combat and stop the commercialization of higher education. So curbing the commercialization. Very commercial nowadays, become commercial. They want to curb these things, commercialization of education. So all the education institutions will be held to similar standards of audit and disclosure, not for profit entity. Private higher education institutions having a philanthropic and public spirited intent will be encouraged through a progressive regime of fees determination. Then private higher education institution will be encouraged to offer freeships and scholarships in significant number of students. All fees and charges set by the private will be transparently and fully disclosed. So by this national education policy. So no arbitrary increases in the fees or charges during the period of enrollment of any student. So common national guidelines for all the legislative acts that will form private higher education institutions. So these are the steps introduced by this higher education national education policy, curbing the commercialization of education. So effective governance and leadership for higher education. Board of governors will be there, established for consisting of group of highly qualified, competent and dedicated individuals having proven capabilities as well as strong sense of commitment to the institution. The board of governance of an institution will be empowered to govern the institution free of any external interference to ensure the quality. Make all the appointments, including the head of the institution, and take all the decisions regarding the governance. So this board of governance will do all these things. So transparent appointments, all these things. The board of governance shall be responsible and accountable to the stakeholders through transparent self-disclosure of all the records. It will be also responsible for meeting all regulatory guidelines mandated by the HESPI through the National Higher Education Regulatory Council. So these are the things they have the check. Each institution will make a strategic institution development plan on the basis of which institution will develop initiative, assess their own progress, and reach the goals set thereby, which could become the basics of development. This gross enrollment ratio in higher education institutions, as I told you before, to be raised by 50% by 2035. Also, 3.5 crore seats to be added in the higher education every year. They have to go slowly, increasing the strength. The current that is gross enrollment ratio (GER) in higher education is 26.3. Holistic undergraduate education, which is having a flexible curriculum, can be, as I told you before, with these are multiple exit and entry, or multiple exit as well as entry option. And appropriate certificate will be given, as I told you, first year certificate, second year diploma, third year degree, fourth year will be honors, fourth year extra credit. Those who are having 30%, they will having honors with this research. So they can go to PhD directly. Those who are having this honors with the research honors degree, they can go more than 70%. So there will be no MPhil courses. Now there is no MPhil courses. All courses are the undergraduate, postgraduate. So now it will be interdisciplinary. So they want to introduce these things slowly. There are many central institutions, some of the state institutions, private institutions. They are introducing this sort of multidisciplinary courses. So as I told you, these are the things I told you: academic back of credit, facility, transfer of credit, digitalize all these things. So multidisciplinary education as well as research universities. So we have to empower with IITs, IIMs to be set up as model for best multidisciplinary education of global standards in the country. So these are the highlights. Higher Education Commission of India, single umbrella body will set up for entire higher education, excluding these are the medical and legal education. Public and private and higher education institutions will be governed by the same set of norms for regulation. So both will be regulated by the same set of norms, accreditation as well as the academic standard. So Higher Education Commission of India will have 4 independent verticals, namely, so as I told you before, we have National Higher Education Regulatory Council, NHC for regulation, General Education Council for standard setting, Higher Education Grants Council for funding, that is ANRF like that, National Accreditation Council for accreditation. So they will have, the affiliation of colleges is to be phased out. So they will phase out this sort of affiliation. So we don't have any affiliation as a central university. We don't have any affiliation. We have some MOU with some of the institutions there. So we don't have any affiliation with any of the colleges. And stage-wise, the mechanism to be established for granting graded autonomy to colleges. So recommendations are replacing the UGC or AICTE, which is coming. So this is the recommendations, considerations. Opening up India higher education to foreign players. Now they have started coming also. So we are giving for NRIs, so admission, all these things. Foreign institutions are also coming and setting up. So in Chennai, they are setting up one of the Australian institutions going to come up. So they are opening up for foreign players in education also. And then reintroduction of 4-year multidisciplinary bachelor program. So this is already introduced with exit options. And then the flexibility of institutions. Different master's program. That is, our master's program will be one year program. So it won't be a 2-year program. So in the future, discontinuation of MPhil program, setting up of NR of National Research Foundation. So these are the things, key features of public spending, 6% raised, the things I told you. So these are the education, 4-year integrated B.Ed, I told you. 2-year B.Ed for applicants with an existing bachelor degree in other specialized subjects. Then 1-year B.Ed also there. Those who have completed 4-year multidisciplinary bachelor degree have obtained master degree in specialty. So this will be gradually moved to 2030 by multidisciplinary colleges and universities, teacher education. So there we introduce also integrated B.Ed, 4-year integrated B.Ed. We also introduce all these things. So these are the improvement of teacher education, how you can have new and comprehensive national curriculum framework for teacher education. These are the things. NTA, testing for admission to B.Ed, all these things. Stringent action against substandard standalone teacher education institutions. So this is for teacher education institutions. So how these are all we have seen. So test-based eligibility tests, all the things which will be implemented. How to empower technology for the teachers, career growth, professional set standards, autonomy, leadership. They give training, professional development. So they minimum 50 hours for training for the teachers. Then service-minded career, all these things. So these are the timelines for implementation. So I have more slides also, but I can timeline for implementation of a new assessment plan, ECE. So early childhood education, that is ECE. Initiating the implementation of 1-year, these are all we have seen already. So this is for the schools when the timeline. So 25 class 12 they want to introduce, and 24, 25 is already done. So they will have 25, 26 plan now, 26, 27 plan. So these are the implementations for the NEP 2020. So until 2040. So we are in 29, 27, 28, attaining universal foundational literacy and numeracy in all the schools as well as colleges. So universal provision of quality early childhood development care, all these things. These are the goals framework, national curriculum framework for education, all these things. They are more concentrating on from the basic education to university education. So future India's leadership role in upcoming fields, they want to be in the computational thinking. So they want to emphasize on math, computational thinking. So from the school onwards, activities, they want to introduce coding, all these things. Thinking, problem solving. So teaching contemporary subjects in the schools and colleges, thinking, organic living, environmental education, global citizenship education, these are all. So key features of this board exam reforms, as we all know that, twice a year, retain the best score to reduce high take pressure, multilingualism, as well as competency-based education. So as I told you, these are all repetition, so nothing. So thank you for listening. If there are any questions or something, so I can address. So thank you very much for Knowledge Institute for giving me the opportunity, and my friend S.Beer Mohamed and the other professors who are involved in this, conducting this FTP program. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir. So participant, if you have any queries, you can ask.
I have more slides, but I don't want to go further. We
Okay.
have another about this implementation, how it goes on 2040.
Sir, one question is from Dhanapal, sir.
What is that?
How many SCEs in Tamil Nadu now? How many MURs in India now, sir? In chat.
What do you mean with yes?
SEZs in Tamil Nadu now, and how many MERUS in India now?
I don't have this statistics. I have to find out.
Yeah, okay.
I have to check. So any other? I can reply to him and find out.
Okay.
I have to be exact. I cannot tell them false thing.
This is a multi-education research universities.
Any other thing? Any question?
So you,
Because I covered still more to cover. A lot of things are
yes, sir,
there.
yes, sir. That's a
Broad topic, and then research is a broad topic, and then so I covered little bit on this school education as well as the higher education. So we are introduced all these things. We have open electives. We are following. So all the students from different disciplines coming here, and multidisciplinary research we are having. A lot of things we have introduced, and 4-year program also we introduced, but we don't know the outcome. So still we are the beginners. This year we have started all 4-year programs, all the schools. So we have started B.Tech 4-year program in material science and technology. We are starting this year.
okay.
So the 4th year we will give the B.Tech license, but science degree they are giving honors, all these things, honors with the research. They do some extra credit. Those who are having 75% and above.
So one question from my side, sir. So what role can faculty members playing in making higher education more inclusive and accessible under NEP? Faculty members' roles.
Faculty members they have to follow up these. They have to slowly introduce these things, because faculty members cannot do. We can teach, we can make the things, we can introduce like multidisciplinary research, interdisciplinary research. These sort of things we can do. Some policies have to be introduced by the competent authority.
Okay.
So they have to follow up. A 4-year program we want to introduce, we cannot introduce like that. For B.Tech we have. For science colleges, all these things, the honors program, all these things, multi-entry, these are all sometimes also risky, especially for private institutions. Exit all these things.
Okay,
But we have to manage all those things. We have to.
That's the main
we have a lot of challenges in that also.
Yes,
So
yes.
syllabus we have to set 70%. Uniform syllabus. They can go to any institution. They can go by transfer or something. These sort of things can be possible, but a lot of challenges are there which we have to come across in the near things, which we have to expect all these challenges and overcome those challenges by experience.
Yes, sir. That will.
But we can encourage this innovation policies, incubation, these sort of things. They have this. You might have this institute innovation center, hackathon.
Yes, sir. Hackathon.
Students by writing papers, and then we can encourage them for communication skills, and then the skill-based education. Industrial people can come and teach the latest thing, what is going on in industry. They can be employable. These sort of things must be introduced. That's what the new education policy is telling. And then they are having this visiting foreign scientists can come here, foreign professor, academician can come here and teach here for 3 months, 6 months. And foreign students are coming, they are welcoming these sort of things. But the fees is quite double, I think.
Yes, sir.
So that we can earn in this also really by internationalization of our education system. But we will face many challenges which we have to overcome by this thing, because the system is very new. So we don't have any graduates so far. Also by using this new education policy. So,
any other questions, faculty members, professors? If not, we can go for vote of thanks. Sure, sir. We'll go for vote of thanks, sir. So, respected dignitaries, resource persons, faculty members, participants, and dear colleagues, it is my proud privilege to propose a vote of thanks for today's enlightening sections. On behalf of Department of Mechanical Engineering, Knowledge Institute of Technology, Salem, I express our sincere and heartfelt gratitude to Dr. S.Beer Mohamed, Professor, Central University of Tamil Nadu, for delivering highly inspiring and informative section on New Education Policy 2020. SAR has provided valuable insights into the vision, objective, and transformation of aspects of New Education Policy 2020, particularly in the area of multidisciplinary learning, innovation, research culture, skill development, and outcome-based education. His international academic exposure and rich research experience made the section highly meaningful and motivating for all the participants. We are truly thankful to Dr. B.Varun Mohamed for sparing his valuable time and sharing his knowledge and experience with us. The section has certainly helped us to gain broad perspective on future of higher education and engaging learning systems. I would also like to extend my sincere thanks to our respected management, principal, organizing committee members, faculty coordinators, technical support team, and all the participants for their active participation and continuous support throughout the session. Once again, thank you all for making this today's section successful and memorable. Thanks, sir. With your support, we have successfully completed our National Education Policy 2040 with the support of this faculty development program, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Sir. Thank you very much for the participants who listened patiently.
Yes, sir.
I hope they have gained something about this.
Yes, sir.
National Education Policy, which is very new. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your institution, all the faculty.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
FTP program on knowledge enhancement. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
So I can go out, sir?
Yes, sir, you can go, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Varun, sir. Welcome you, sir. The next section.
So is the output.
Participant be online. Next speaker is on has joined. We're going to have hello, sir. Dr. Varun, sir.
Good evening, sir.
Yes, good evening, sir. Good evening, sir.
Sorry, sir. Actually,
Sir,
today we have an unnecessary inspection. So
yes, sir.
Right. Okay, sir.
Yes, sir. Sir, could you have I give a permission for a co-host, sir. Okay. You can share your screen. Based on that, we can start the section, sir.
Actually, yeah, now it is visible, sir. Actually, permission have to from your side.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Right, okay.
No.
Actually, here continuous rain is going on.
Yeah. Okay. Hi, sir.
Can you share? See my presentation, sir.
Still, it is not. Since I'm not able to see, sir.
One second. What about now, sir? Is it visible?
Not it, sir.
One second.
You have shared any presentation like that, sir?
Yes, sir. I shared my PPT. I'm just asking that whether it is
now it is.
to all the,
now it is visible, sir.
Okay.
Now it is.
I'm just trying to move. Yeah.
Full screen, sir. Could you make it full screen?
2 minutes. It's
okay.
Keep on loading. So actually, you need my video presence, or shall I use my desktop, sir? Because Wi-Fi connection is getting down.
It's over to you, sir. It's over to you, sir. It's over to you, sir. It's up to you, sir. You can.
Okay, sir. Because due to continuous raining, my network is very low. So
yeah.
I can't use my desktop.
Shall I stop it, sir? Stop your video. May hello, sir. I think network problem. Network issue. We are able to hear you, sir.
Now is audible, sir?
Now it is audible, sir.
Okay, okay. Audible, sir?
It is audible, sir, but the network is little bit.
Around small health. It just run.
You log in with two ideas.
Once again, sir, I make a sign out from my desktop.
Okay.
Just log out from this one. It's stuck in. Keep that.
Sir.
Okay.
Chief guest Hariharan sir ఉంటారు సార్.
Hari,
Sir, good afternoon.
எப்படி இருக்கீங்க?
Good, sir.
Good. இன்ஃபெக்ஷன் முடிஞ்சதா?
எங்க சார்?
சார் வருண் சார் தான் சார் அது.
வருண்க்கு.
ஓகே. உங்களுக்கு பிரச்சனை இல்லை. யூனிவர்சிட்டியில நீங்க ஒன்றும் பிரச்சனை இல்லை. ஓகே.
Right, sir.
ஓகே.
Shall we start, sir? Or wait for another 3 minutes, sir. 12 o'clock we will start, sir. As per schedule.
Okay. You decide whatever
Okay.
is the time we'll start. Done.
Okay. So we will start, sir. Are you able to hear me, sir?
Yes. Can you?
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Sir, I will give some introduction, sir.
Sure, please.
Good afternoon to all. It is a great pleasure to introduce our esteemed resource person, Dr. S.Hariharan Subramanian, Associate Professor in School of Mechanical Engineering at SASTRA deemed to be University, Tanjavur. Dr. S.Hariharan completed his PhD from the Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi, with a specialization in vehicle safety and biomechanics based design optimization. He possesses rich expertise in XY in computer-aided engineering, finite element analysis, multi-body dynamics simulation, vehicle dynamics, crashworthiness simulation, and composite structural design. He has hands-on experience with advanced engineering tools such as ANSYS, Abacus, MATLAB Simulink, and Python. He also collaborated internationally with institutions such as Chalmers University of Technology, Sweden, TU Berlin, Germany, and Clemson University, USA. The topic simulation technique has become highly important in modern engineering industries because it enables virtual testing, design optimization, performance protection, and safer product development without depending entirely on physical prototypes. Dr. Hariharan is especially connected to this domain through his expertise work in simulation driven engineering, CAE, cat worthiness studies, and also automatic safety research. His expertise in advanced simulation software, computational engineering tools makes him an ideal resource person for this FDP section. We are delighted to welcome Dr. Hariharan Subramanian and thank him for joining this faculty development program as distinguished speaker. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Karthikeyan, and thanks to Dr. PNK also for and the management of Kiot to consider me here. Thanks for this opportunity. Without much delay, I understand I have peers on the other end. It is a FDP. So the topic that we will pick up for the next 90 minutes or so is simulation techniques. As much as possible, I have planned this in 6 parts. So we'll travel in it together. We'll start with why simulate things in engineering. Then we'll move on to how do we work on it with a physics-based system. Then we'll move on to data-driven methods. So that's the second way in which we can take it up. Is there some hybrid possible? So how do we deal with that, or how we have been dealing with that? Then towards the end, we'll move on to what industry does, or in my experience, what I had seen and what it goes on till now. That's the 5th segment that we will see. And towards the end, ultimately, now what we are looking at is something around digital twin. So this is the path that we will take. This is the roadmap. We'll start with why simulate. So naturally, this is the first question we start with. Most of us know that simulation is something which we want and something which everybody does. So we do it too. So the easiest term, if you have not heard of simulation, is it's like a virtual prototype. That's a very close equivalent word that we can use, virtual prototype. So we'll start with that definition. Now, why simulation? Obviously, a physical prototype is going to cost a lot. It takes time. In some cases, it's actually risky. People start with numbers. People like numbers. So I would like to start with a few numbers in which we can make a case for simulation. So this number 70 can be more or slightly less in every industry, but the problems are seen right after the production begins. So this is a big challenge. Now, we should be able to predict it slightly before, which makes better sense for us. That's the reason why simulation comes in. Or if we detect this problem at that stage, the cost of fixing it is 10 times more. And any physical prototype cycle time, if we don't use this particular process, is somewhere between 6 and 24 months. In automotive, it's slightly more, but by and large, products run between 6 and 24. Mobile phones run at 6 months now. The advantage, if we have a virtual process, is practically infinite. Theoretically infinite. Practically, we will have some limitations on it. So if I have to put simulation in a box, so it makes easier sense for us to look at it. So obviously, we're going to take a real world system or a phenomenon and approach it mathematically or computationally. So this is what we're going to do. So obviously we will have some mathematical model to describe this physical system. Any mathematical model obviously will have an ordinary differential equation or a partial differential equation, and there could be some algebraic methods along with it. Now, whatever be its ODE or PDE with an algebraic system, the ways to solve it is some way to discretize it or take an algorithmic solution. These are two easiest ways to take it for. For example, Runga-Kutta. If it is a physical system, we can break it by finite element or finite volume method, or we can take multi-body system approach. So these are ways. So this is basically the numerical solver. Last bit is, now that we broke a physical system into mathematical model, we'll have to make sense and then take it back to what the real system means. So any numerical result that comes needs to be, the term that is used is post-processing. So post-processing can involve any sort of ways by which this numerical result can be related to a real system. For example, in this case, a stress map or a mode shape or a frequency response. So depending on which physics we are operating on. In simulations, there are two terms which get thrown about. They are very easy to understand. Most of us who are in simulations understand these. For those of us who are hearing this for the first time, we spoke about equations. So are we solving the right equations will be the one question, or are we solving the equations right? This is the second question. Now, if the question is, are we solving the equations right? Are we using the correct method to solve it? Then we are doing something called as a verification. So in verification, we have mesh convergence, time sensitivity analysis, and then comparing a MATLAB code with Python code, or comparing X software with Y software. So these are verification processes. Now, are we solving the equations, right equations? Are we looking at it in the correct way for a physical phenomenon? That is a validation. So obviously, validation means we are going to compare it with some reference which makes tests. For example, I have a modal test analysis. That mode shape, I can compare it with a FEA's response. So I know that the FEA has worked it in the right way or not. Now that I have a signal from my simulation method, I can compare it with the actual and then see the root mean square error. So these are ways to validate. Now, how close is my simulation result with actual? So these are two methods that keep coming up, V and V, basically verification and validation. Now, in a broad spectrum, simulation runs on 6 major domains, which I feel is easier for us to look at. So one could be anything around lightweighting or material innovation. Essentially, with an experiment, we cannot go through the full design space. For example, battery casing, composite structure. So if we keep making more and more experiments, we might not even cover the full design space. There we need simulations. Extreme operating conditions. Those cannot be easily, let's say, put inside a lab condition. So there we need simulations. Regulatory and safety compliance. Some tests today are being permitted to be run virtually, not all, but certain tests, they are taken at par. The fourth one is, if I want to reduce the product life cycle. So today it's 6 to 24 months. Can I reduce it by a few more days? There we can add simulation techniques. Then if the system is too complex, designing an experiment by itself and getting the result will be tough. In those places, simulations can give us a very good start point. The last bit where simulation plays a major role is we are looking at a whole life cycle. So sustainability, net zero, because when we look at net zero or life cycle carbon emissions, we have to look at multiple systems, and across multiple systems, we need to pick. So doing an experiment doesn't make sense here. So we might have to start with the simulation and then move forward. So this is a summary of why simulations and where this case makes sense. Now, the first bit As an academic, obviously, I would be loving to talk about in depth, but for this audience, most of you might understand what it is. So I'll just pick up topics which make sense. The first set of physics-based simulations is about any of this physics-based simulation roughly follows the same principle. There will be a governing physics, then we would discretize that space, followed by this discretized, which is basically a mathematical model that will be solved. And whatever gets solved, there will be a post-processor. So this is a method that runs, and this physics-based approach starts with various examples. So just for us to understand, if we have, let's say, a structural problem or a solid mechanics problem, we would be using a finite element analysis, which can be a nonlinear, linear, contact problem, or a buckling problem. If we have, let's say, a crane kind of structure wherein multiple bodies move across, that's a dynamics or a kinematics problem. We will be using multi-body dynamics related software. If we have aircraft which is lifting up, there is a flow over the wing. So it is a incompressible flow or a compressible flow. If we have the jet engine exhaust being modeled or a rocket exhaust being modeled, that is a turbulence model. That is again a fluid mechanics domain. Then there is heat transfer. So conduction, convection, radiation, steady state or transient. So that becomes a thermal analysis. If I have, let's say, a tanker filled with water moving on road, then it is a structural problem plus a fluid problem. It becomes a FSI or fluid structure interaction. There could be thermomechanical, electromagnetic, and even an acoustic problem. That is the governing physics. So there are multiple physics coming in. The last bit is obviously people think it is part of structural, but today we have slightly better understanding of how fracture works and how fatigue works. So fatigue and fracture also have their own physics domain. So these are 6 major physics-based approaches that we take in simulation. We'll spend some time on it. So if I pick up FEA, in an FEA, the workflow is I start with a CAD model, I mesh it, then apply something called as a boundary condition, basically saying one end of it is fixed, the other end I apply my load, followed by I take an equation which gets solved. So this equation gives me the answers, which is post-processor. The most important terms that we might hear is at this stage, meshing, we are taking a CAD model and splitting it into a number of pieces. So we are creating something called as an element. So element could be in the form of a truss or a beam, basically 1D, 2D, or 3D elements. And there are types of elements. These types, depending on the software, they might be called in a different name, but essentially they come under these headings. Like I mentioned some time back, we could either integrate it using the Runga-Kutta technique or any other technique. So it can be reduced or full integration. So these are element types. Then when we assemble this, we have this stiffness matrix. So which means I can do non-linearities on it. Non-linearities can be in terms of plasticity, that is material non-linearity, or it can be geometric non-linearity, or it can be a contact that is coming in. These are 2 essential parts of FE. So element, types of element, then basically they are linear. If needed, we can add something called as a non-linearity. The next part is dynamic FEA. When we are doing modal analysis, instead of working on force equations, we will be working on time-based solution. So there will be harmonics present, spectral vibrations and modal present. And there are enough solvers in the market which does this. Multi-body dynamics essentially is used when first was the FEA domain. Next is flexible bodies and rigid bodies domain, which is essentially multi-body dynamics. So we would have heard this term in vehicle suspension. How does a suspension behave? Or if I have a robotic manipulator, in which way, which way should my path be planned? So these are places where multi-body dynamics play a part. So I've just used this image generated for here. So it's not essentially the exact one, but it conveys the meaning essentially. So there is something called as a rigid body dynamics versus flexible body dynamics. A rigid body essentially means we would have taught again to our students that it doesn't deform. If the rigid body happens to deform a little bit, then we enter something called as a flexible body multi-body dynamics. Essentially, when we were teaching students, we would have taught them as Newton-Euler formulation, Lagrangian equation being solved. This we would have taught in class, Newton-Euler and Lagrangian mechanics. So this to essentially mean I have an energy equation and this energy is conserved. So that we would have taken that approach and we would have solved. In case of rigid body mechanics, the motion is also to be written. So there is a moving frame of reference and a fixed frame of reference. Today, we don't have to code it. The code is readily available to us. So it is available in software packages like Adams, Simpac, Recurden. MATLAB also has software packages on it. Then there are also open available options. So I've picked this reference from Shabana book, which is a standard textbook. If we want to model a little bit of flexibility in a link, then we would be using something called as a flexible body multi-body dynamics. Now, in case of crashes, which I have worked, so we used to have a multi-body dynamic solver for a human being, and FEA would be used for modeling the vehicle because I was interested in the deformation on a car, whereas the human could be modeled in a slightly less complex situation. In those cases, we call it as a FEA MBD co-simulation. So we have two solvers running. One solver runs FEA, the other solver runs MBD, and they would be matched in terms of time. So that's another method. So this are 10, 15 years old at least, wherein we can do two different simulation with limited computational power. So multi-body dynamics is taken when we don't want too much time to be spent on deformation. We know by and large that the arm of a robot does not change, or the variation in displacement will be very simple. In those cases, rigid body dynamics is enough. We don't have to do FEA as well as rigid body there. The third domain is, there were 6 domains. The third domain was CFD. For those of us who are new to CFD, you could just pick it up as essentially it's a Navier-Stokes equation. Navier-Stokes equation gets converted into compressible flow. We start with incompressible flow. The flow problem is incompressible. Then we can add some more variations to it, make it compressible. So essentially solving this Navier-Stokes equation is all about it. So that would be the core governing equations. Anything more gets added to it. So this is CFD in a very short version for us. Those of us who are experts in CFD know that each one of this would require us to do a different kind of integration and then solution to it. If I have to pick up certain terms which would make me understand what CFD is, CFD starts with finite volume method or a finite difference method. Now, this is a slightly different approach compared to a FEA. In FEA, we say I have a body. In that body, I'm going to make small bits, which is called elements, and then I'm going to work. But in case of a flow problem, what we are going to say is, in the whole world, I am interested only in a small volume. In this particular volume, I will have a particle with a velocity moving across it. So that is a finite volume method, because this particle would have flown to a very long distance. It's very hard for us to keep track of the particle and do, but we will see if in case of a CFD, it is easier for us to observe a volume and see what happens to it. So that is finite volume method. Now, there are more approaches, variations to it. In case of model, so what kind of flow gets modeled? We can pick up either large eddy simulation or steady state flow or direct numerical simulation. So we can give directly plug in our equation to it. those of you who understand it better, you might talk about Y plus requirements. For those of us who are very new to it, please understand that we'll start with the domain, and in that we'll have to say which model of turbulence goes in. So once we select these two, then we can go to a ready-made solver. Today we have many more options. Earlier we used to write code ourselves. Today ANSYS Fluent or CFS has a relatively clean. Star CCM Plus is another market standard. These two are commercial software. Those of us in academia who are interested, we might be talking about OpenFOAM, which is basically an open source software. We can also write our own code now in MATLAB or in Python. It will still work. So COMSOL also has a good version. Now, where do we use this? So even if I don't understand CFD a lot, I can still grasp to a point that if I have a compressor or if I have a pump or if I have a flow problem anywhere, there will always be CFD involved in it. So that's the third physics which we wanted to talk. The fourth part is, now I have three different simulations. COMSOL is a very good example of this. I know I'm taking a commercial name, but whoever works on it, they might understand it better. So whenever we look at an engineering problem, most times we'll be looking at more than one physics-based simulation running there. For example, if I want to take a turbine blade, the turbine blade, turbine is normally present in a high temperature, and this blade is already in rotation. So I have a structural problem. Basically, the rotating blade is subjected to mechanical loads. And I also have a heat flow problem, which is a flow problem, which is pushing it. So there is a structural plus fluid, or it could be structural plus just the heating of the blade, structural plus thermal. So it could be a thermostructural. If you consider the flow of the fluid around it, then it is a CFD plus thermal plus structural. So that kind of multi-physics running. Now, as I earlier said, if I have a tank and inside the tank, if I have liquid, that becomes a structural plus fluid. So that's a FSI problem. If I have to consider in biomechanics domain, if I have to consider a blood vessel with blood flowing inside it, that becomes again an example of fluid plus structure, because the blood vessel is a tissue, that is a structure which has blood flowing inside it in a pressure, so that becomes a fluid. So it's a structural plus fluid problem. Lithium ion battery. If I have to take a lithium ion battery pack temperature and give input on it, then obviously the battery will generate some amount of heat. So there is a thermal involved in it. And then obviously it is also about how much electricity is produced, not just electromagnetic, but some amount of electrical is involved. So that would be these two domains. If I have some kind of solenoid actuator, and if I want to know exactly how much that actuator applies a force, then I would be talking about controls, actuation, electromagnetic. So there are real engineering problem does not involve just a single physics domain, but it will be much more than that. So multi-physics is something which has entered. So once we know which domains it come, then we can start dealing with the multi-physics. Now, this is all fine, but most of our interests are in, let's say, systems which move. So obviously, we'll by and large start with something which is structural and then keep adding things around with it. Now, if I want to pick up anything in structural, my mesh is critical. So what kind of mesh should I do? And what should I look for? So I'm just giving it in a nutshell here. So any mesh that we pick up, there are two ways to look at it. That which looks very regular, that which does not look to have a pattern in it. So it could be a structured or it could be an unstructured. Now, a structured mesh is normally hexahedral in 3 dimension. Unstructured means there would be some places wherein a hexahedron cannot be used. So most of the automatic mesh software would try to use this tetrahedral mesh because it's very easy to fill the volumes with it. These elements are not the great, ones, but they will still work. So please know the difference between these two terms. Obviously, the solvers today, the pre-processors today allow you to have combinations of these and make them good. Now, what do I mean by good? We go to something called as a quality metrics. Now, quality metrics of a mesh tells us how good a mesh we have. Now, one easiest measure across software domains, any software you will have is something called as an aspect ratio. It's a ratio of lengths of the elements. So an element is the smallest piece that you can have. Take two lengths of the element, maybe the shortest and the longest. Take a ratio of them. If the ratio is less than 5, which is really good, it is less than 20, it is okay for CFD. Now, skewness is about how it gets transformed. Now, skewness ratio can also tell us, has the element been able to maintain its shape? Okay. Jacobian ratio means a Jacobian is a matrix that comes up which determines from this representation to the final state, what has happened. It's basically a matrix which gives the transformation. Now, any Jacobian ratio which is greater than 0.1 means the change has been okay. 0.1 is very bad. Greater than 0.1 is okay. Okay, so these are some quality metrics. I'm not entering the turbulence domain because, again, for that, we need to understand what the YPress requirements are. But those of you in CFD, you might understand what those metrics are. So I'll, either ways, if I make a mesh and I know my mesh quality is good, if I have to present it to somebody, this is my result that I have, and I want to say this works, like I said. So the first question that we need to always approach is, or how we normally approach is, we do the same problem at different levels of meshes, and then we see if the peak stress value changes a lot or not. So this is a mesh convergence study. Now, mesh convergence study is more or less like, are we solving the equation right? So in that direction. Those of us who do explicit FE, there are two types of FE, implicit and explicit. So implicit FE means the equations are solved at every step and then the system proceeds. Explicit FE means it is working on a time domain and the process follows as an approximation and it goes forward. Explicit FE is really fast and most of the crash simulations are done in explicit FE. For explicit FE, what is important is we need to keep track of how big an element it is becoming. If the element becomes too big or too small, or we have the shape of the element changing, but essentially the displacement does not change. So those are conditions which can come up because of the numerical integration. One such condition is called as a singularity condition. Singularity condition is not that great. It causes errors inside the system. So what we do is we need to take care of the mesh right at the beginning. And today the software gives you an option of adaptive mesh refinement. So wherever this potential for this, allow the software to do this for you. Because if you are a starter, you can do this. If you are already an expert in this, take the help of the automatic refinement and it will take care of you. So this, people take it more like science, agreed. But those of us who work with meshes know that although we keep talking about these numbers, it is more of an art and less of a science, because what works for one problem need not always work for the other. For this particular kind of problem, particular kind of mesh, a particular approach is better. So that normally comes with experience. So the reason for saying it is art and a science. Science is we put numbers, but art because that's how it works. So we've seen multiphysics, we've seen how meshes work around with it. The last bit is about fatigue. Now, fatigue is a very well understood term in terms of practicality, because we know that most of the failures happen because of fatigue or some version of fracture. But when we try to model it uh, using some mathematical models, there are basically four different approaches taken. The first is SN curve, which similar to what happens physically. The other could be some version of N plotted to strain, what kind of strain happens inside the system. So these two are relatively well related to testing, and they can be taken up. Now, the other two are predominantly numerical based. Stress factor. So we have XFEM, which is used to model fracture, or extended FEM. So these are very specific, and it models the cracks or the stress intensity factor. Now, each of this, let's say for users, these are coded inside the system. If you are a user of Abacus, XFEM is available for us, or any other software, if you're ready to run it today. So these are two LEFEM and XFEM, these two are available for us. So these two are traditionally testing based systems which are available. So these two are new additions for us. Now that we know what we want, what kind of way to model failure, the last one is, by and large, if I have to use this physics, I would normally be using it in optimizing certain things. So I already have a part, and in that part, I need to improve certain parameters. So the first approach, what people want these physics are, first they would say, I need something called as a topology optimization. Now, topology optimization is very widespread in additive manufacturing, because the same part can be modeled in different ways by shifting certain features across the surface. Now, that is a topology optimization. Now, this is essentially material distribution in the design domain. Now, this topology optimization is more widely used in additive. The second is, I have a cantilever beam, and in that cantilever beam, if I change the shape in such a way, I would get the best possible performance outside. So those kind of problem is a shape optimization problem, which involves some kind of boundaries. So which way should I change it? So topology is the overall. Shape is, I know that it is still going to be this boundary condition. In that, can I do something? That's shape optimization. Third is size optimization. In this cantilever beam, I can change the thickness so much. I can have an I section, or I can have a square section. I can have a circular section. So these are size optimization problems. The last bit is multi-objective optimization. Now I want to do size optimization. I want to do shape optimization. I also want to optimize topology. But how do I do all the three? Do I do all the three separately? Do I do all the three together? So if you want to do all the three together, then it becomes a multi-objective optimization problem. Now, NSGA, MOGA, these are all versions of, let's say, genetic algorithms, GA essentially. Pareto front is also another one. So in a genetic algorithm, we need to clearly define the objectives. So in the objectives, we can specify these more than one. We can relate them, and then we can give as an input. Things will go together. Now, two softwares which has it is Altair has it, OptiStruct, which is now part of ANSYS. Altair OptiStruct has it. OptiSlang of ANSYS also has it. So these are essentially physics-based optimization problems. In physics-based optimization, essentially we will come up to these kind of optimization. The second domain is, I don't know physics, or if I know physics, but I don't care about physics right now. I have so much data available with me that I want to make sense of this data. So that's the part which we are also looking at right now. I have years of data available with me. With that, can I model the same system? Now that is data-driven process. Now, the strength of a physics-based system is it goes beyond data. I don't need data at all. I will still work. Data-driven is once I know this data, I can fix it fast. So strength of physics obviously is physically interpretable. Data-driven, I can't do such things. But from this data, whatever output comes up, that is great. Now, limitations of physics obviously is I am going to have a very, very complicated model. FEA is a very complicated. It takes maybe days to run a car crash model. It requires an expert inside the system. Now, in a data-driven system, it will essentially be a black box. And it needs very high quality data, and that too to be large. Only then it is going to work, or it might be tough. The third approach today that is being looked at is hybrid, which has physics-based approach as well as data-based, data-driven approach. We look at an example of hybrid also in some time, so which I came across. So data-driven approach, the easiest one which engineers have been using is surrogate modeling or meta modeling. So if I have the results of FE, this is how my stress varies, and I've run this experiment around 100 times, 100 different combinations, then I can fit the results of peak stress with respect to, let's say, variation in radius or variation in length of a shaft. Then it can be fitted into something called as a polynomial regression or based on design of experiment samples. So it will essentially be a surface equation that which we do in CAD. So we write a Bezier surface equation. So you can get a second order surface equation. That's all it is. Now we have a list of points, the list of, or let's say a group of points. For those points, we can fit a surface. That becomes something called as a response surface. So this response surface is a surrogate of what might happen. So on those two variables. Now it is available in Minitab as well as in OptiSlang. OptiStruct might also do that. The second approach is essentially we are talking about a surrogate. So a surrogate is a replacement. So one is response surface. Second is we can use a Gaussian process. Third is again a Gaussian kernel. Fourth is obviously you can take a CNN, basically a neural network surrogate. So I have a lot of points. Based on the points, I can fit a neural network to it. So this is known to us. This extreme is known to us. This too is based on Gaussian. So Gaussian means basically a probabilistic approach to it. Now, pure probability or probability fitted with a mesh. So that is a radial bias. This is the Gaussian process. We said physics, numerical, physics informed or a hybrid process. This is a physics informed numerical networks, neural networks, sorry. So this is a hybrid process. Now this hybrid process will have some, let's say it's predominantly data driven. In the data-driven process, we will have some physics inside. So how do we do that? Obviously, it has data loss function, physics residual loss, and boundary condition loss. So it calculates the loss, and based on the loss, it fine-tunes. So we have an architecture in it. Then it is a machine. Basically, it's a CNN. So meaning it will have, or a NN, which means they should be based on a training. Then in the training, we will have this loss function also built in so that the training is done in such a way that it takes care of the physics as well as boundary condition. Now, where has it been applied? It has been applied on heat conduction, essentially Navier-Stokes also, meaning CFD. Now, what it can do is it is still essentially a data-driven model. Now, people are still experimenting on it. What we also do in simulations is we do something called as an inverse problem. For example, if I know my radius of my shaft is 10 mm, length is 50 mm, there are two such shafts. They are subjected to a cantilever load. These shafts are together. Now, if I have the stress distribution of shaft over a period of 1 year or by the end of first year, that's the fatigue that has happened inside the system. From this stress, if you ask me a question, can you tell me how long was this shaft subjected to this particular load? Then we don't have the reverse function. For example, from the stress, I don't have a physics formula which gives me okay, this much was the fatigue that has happened, or this was the radius, initial radius. No, I can't do that because I don't have a physics for that. But I have enough data today to know this was the stress variation over 1 year. So based on this, I can do something called as an inverse. So these are inverse problems from the output, which is stress over 1 year. By the end of 1 year, we can guess what should, instead of getting yes, we can estimate what could have been the initial condition or what could have been the loading over 1 year, which led to this. So those are inverse problems. So inverse problem is heavily data dependent. It can be on the Gaussian approach or it can be on the neural network approach. PINN, because the neural network with the physics input would give us a better answer to this. So this is the engineering application wherein we have neural networks which are physics informed. So now we have the need for simulation is still there. We understand all those. We also understand that these so-called inverse techniques involve, or FEA by itself in forward mode, involves a lot of computational powers. Now, when we have a lot of computational demand, we also have demand for give me a quick answer for will this work or will this not work? So this question keeps coming up in engineering, especially when we are doing a product design. The initial concept phases, this keeps coming up again and again. So can we do something about, instead of running the whole finite element model, which runs for a week to 10 days on a complex machine, can we do something fast? Now, this was a demand which kept coming. So this led to something called as a reduced order models. These are fast simulation engines. Now, this makes more sense in a data-driven environment than on a physics-based system. Physics-based system also this demand remains, but this is more on a data-driven system because data-driven systems has a huge set and the training takes again weeks. Can they do something fast to know if this will work or not? So the first thing is SVD. Based on Galerkin's approach, they can do. Now, if we take a little bit of physics and a little bit of data driven, we can do the decomposition of it and run with an approximation something faster. So these are three different approaches which are taken. I'm not getting into theory because if you are interested, we can pick up later. So reduced order models are also a type of simulation techniques that is done. Again, in data-driven, today the most widely used one is we need data. So once we have data, we can start making interpretations from data. So machine learning, obviously, this is more or less an application in structural engineering. So this structural engineering, I mean, both in terms of mechanical as well as on the civil domain. So structural health monitoring or condition monitoring of a machine, this is some place wherein this kind of data is a very good source as well as a place where this is used. So when you hear this term, for those of you who know it well and good, for those others, I'll just go step by step here. Essentially, it's a machine learning process which understands or it works on the data. So if I get a sensor output data, based on that, it will build a model. Correct. Not all data points are readily available because this is real engineering. So wherever possible, we will take the actual data. Wherever we have a challenge, we will take a physics-based system. In that physics-based system, we will run a simulation. So we have simulation data available and real data available. Based on these two, we will be working. So this is health monitoring, condition monitoring, and we also have, wherever not possible, we are bridging with simulation. Right. Terms which we would hear here in this process, feature extraction. So feature meaning the signals that are available to us would be some kind of variation in, let's say, load with respect to time. So it could be a time domain signal. So if I have a time domain signal, in that I can always check what was the peak. Or if I already have another signal, then what was the root mean square value or root mean square error. If I have again a time domain signal with respect to displacement, I can always check what was the dominant frequency which was running inside, or what are the range of frequencies that it was operating in by taking a FFT or a power spectral density. So those are two things that we can do. So these are features coming out of the system, right? So once I know which feature is important for me, I can start looking at it as over a period of time, what has changed, what changes periodically, what has been the anomaly inside the system. So first we decide the feature, then we look at what the anomaly is. Now anomaly can be plotted by a Gaussian curve. Now if I have the variation of parameters over a period of time, over a period of samples, then I know the mean. So whenever it goes to extreme, that becomes an anomaly. So that is the anomaly detection. Now, is that actually a particular kind of disturbance, or was it a failure? Or in this case, we can call it as a fault. So from anomaly, we'll have to decide which way we have to classify this. So classification can be done again based on a data approach. So random forest, SVM, CNN are approaches which are taken. So random forest is the widely known method which works on most condition monitoring systems. Then once we know this is the fault, and then we have data on what kind of fault leads to what kind of reduction in life, then we can pick it up on a regression model, or we can use a Bayesian deep learning. We'll discuss what these are. So identify a feature, look for anomaly, plot the anomaly to a fault. Based on the fault, what could be the remaining useful life? So this is the approach that is taken for structural health monitoring. For those of us who don't know, I just gave you a simple version of where simulation is used again. So we saw physics-based, data-driven. Now we look at probabilistic or uncertainty quantification. Now, this is because till now we said we were looking at, okay, now that I know I have a data, I can predict what happens. So this was the certainty in which we were moving. This certainty came from physics, or the certainty came from the sheer amount of data that was available to us. But in real life systems, there is always something called as an uncertainty, which is inbuilt. So we need to handle this, and there are always conditions which can go beyond our control. So uncertainty quantification is also a simulation process. This slightly goes counter to what we do in engineering, but this is important. So any deterministic model cannot be complete when we are modeling a real life engineering system. Uncertainty also needs to be quantified. Now it can be material scatter, it can be manufacturing tolerance, it can be load variability, or it can be just demand which changes probabilistically. So there are two types of uncertainty which runs in a system. The one is inherent randomness. The other is lack of knowledge. So they both may seem very straightforward, but there are examples. So inherent randomness, obviously we give some sort of tolerance. The steel that we buy from market here versus the steel which is bought in a country X or Y, people will claim they are the same, but there will always be some amount of variability. For example, if you are riding the vehicle on road, there can be road loads which are changing. We know it changes and it changes within a band. So that is aleatory. Then the other is which I don't know. So when my user or a customer measures a particular thing, we don't control the environment in which they actually operate the system. So those are uncertainty for which we don't have knowledge of. So one which we know is within a range, the other is we don't have knowledge of. Either ways, we'll have to model this because that is what is going to give us some amount of predictability on how our system will behave. So any uncertainty quantification workflow will involve these 5 stages. So first we'll have to identify the inputs that we take, aleatory or epistemic. Each of them we will have to take probabilistic way approach. So we will have to characterize a distribution in which they can change. Now we'll have to run the simulation, whatever we know, either through physics or through data or through a hybrid. So that's the stage number 3. In that simulation, we will have to include this randomness or let's say uncertainty quantification process. Then the output needs to be computed with statistic and a cumulative density function or a distribution function, based on which we need to have a sensitivity analysis. So these are the 5 stages that needs to go through if we want to model a system. So the first approach is, if I want to model uncertainty, you would have heard this. This is called a Monte Carlo simulation. The other way to say it is a brute force probabilistic analysis. So what we say is, if you can do a large amount of samples, the error that is being computed will reduce in an order. Error is proportional to 1 by root n, where n is the total number of samples that we are doing. So input distribution, random sampling, model evaluation, statistic post-processing. So we keep doing a lot of simulations. If we keep doing that for a large number, we will get a result by which we can take care of this variation. So this is Monte Carlo simulation. Now, PDF or the input distribution. The distribution can be Gaussian. Gaussian is called as a normal distribution, or we can take log normal. It depends on how the phenomenon is. By now, we have for every phenomenon where the mean is, we have a distribution for it. So we start with distribution and then we have an answer. The second is in mechanical systems, or any process system, we have something called as a reliability simulation. So in reliability, obviously what we are trying to say is, what is the most probable point? So that's exactly what we want. Even previously we were trying to say that. So if I want to get the most probable point, then I should know, I can take an approach of, I can take a first order, I can take a second order. So essentially what we are saying is, the whole process, I will model it as a first order system, meaning linear system. Then I can take it as a second order or a quadratic, linear programming, quadratic programming, or I can say this particular zone is more important for me and then do something called as an importance sampling. Or the last is, I know these are the rare events. So in these rare events, these things will happen. If it doesn't happen, so these are the things that can happen. So these are 4 different approaches under reliability. One is brute force. The other is 4 different approaches under reliability. We are still talking about uncertainty. So how do we make sense of it? Now that I know how to make sense of uncertainties, what is the role of input on the output? So that is the sensitivity analysis. Now, sensitivity analysis, again, how do I define one input has a stronger control of the output or an input has a lesser control on the output? So those are essentially parameter based. So we have a metric for it. Sobol variation indices, Morris screening, ANOVA, polynomial chaos expansion. So these are terms that you will come across when you are going to run simulations on this uncertainty domain. Now, we would have heard Sobol's and ANOVA more likely. ANOVA or regression band is mostly used because regression coefficients are something which we understand. Spearman coefficients are something which we understand. So this is the most widely used. But if we have enough software knowledge, so for example, SimLab or SALib, you can use a Sobol's variation. The others are slightly more complicated, but by and large, most of the robust design. So robust essentially means with respect to variation of input, my output does not get changed a lot within a particular domain. So that is a robust design. Now, if I want to do robust design, most likely we would use a regression-based system because regression is something which we understand better, but we have other variations too. Right. The last bit is Bayesian interface. Now, we said in uncertainties, we work with distributions. When we work with distribution, we can also pick up Bayes theorem on it. So based on Bayes theorem, we can estimate the most likely things that can happen. So we start with a prior distribution. So this means if you are already working in a certain domain, you know how it varies. Or your company's last 5-year data will tell you it was a normal variation. Most likely our clutch outer diameter varies 50 millimeter plus or minus 5 microns. And in this 5 microns, most likely it will be 2 microns plus. So this meaning our mean will be set at 2 microns plus, and then it will be some distribution. So this distribution is normally available. Then we fit something called as a likelihood function. Now this likelihood function, this is possible only if we have enough data. This likelihood function can be taken to Gaussian likelihood, and then we do something called as a posterior update. So now that we know what happens to it, we can do Bayesian optimization and then tune it slightly more. So how do we tune it? We'll do a sequential Monte Carlo. For a small variation, we keep doing Monte Carlo. Based on the Monte Carlo output, we tune the distribution. Now this is the Bayesian optimization. Now that we know this model is getting tuned over and over, the uncertainty that is expected to happen is being addressed here. For example, an application. The modal, I have just mentioned modal. So if I have a modal analysis, the mode, let's say, happens at 12 hertz for a particular boom. I know from my experience of manufacturing of this boom, if I'm a manufacturer, this 12 hertz is not essentially my actual number. My actual number is somewhere around 13 as mean. Now that I know it, I can take that and I can start running a Monte Carlo simulation such that I will vary my input over a range and I'll keep getting all my outputs. Now, from this output of FE simulation, I'll know how the mean has shifted. Now that my mean has shifted, that becomes my tail. My distribution tail has shifted. Based on that, I will update my initial distribution now that I know how things will change. For this new one, I would estimate my FE. So this continuous change based on, I'm just giving a simplified version so we understand it. So this is Bayes' theorem. So posterior is proportional to likelihood multiplied by prior. So based on this, these are all essentially probability distributions, not variables. So this Bayes' theorem is frequently used when we are trying to do something called as quantification of uncertainties. So Bayes' theorem is there. The whole reason why we do all this is essentially we are trying to model a real engineering system. Now, what does industry use? Most of us might be aware of it, so I would just go on this a bit light. So ANSYS, Abacus, MSc, Siemens, Altair, COMSOL. These are names which are very famous, and we know all of this. Most of us might have a couple of these software. Apart from this, there are very specific software. For example, if you want drivetrain, then those specific software are available. MATLAB also has a lot of modules today, which does it. This could be of interest to us. When we don't have paid software, we can always look at OpenFOAM for CFX or anything related to CFD. FEA code is available. MBDen gives multibody dynamics. Dakota gives the uncertainty quantification, Sandia Labs. There are also FE software which are available, which can be used along with PINS. So FENIX is available, which can be taken up. Now, if I have to just plot where what software is used, simulation, is it used everywhere? Is it used in certain domains? Not an industry which I understand, so automotive industry. So a product development process essentially has concept design followed by detailed design. Then under detailed design, you also have, if you want to change drive, then it's a drive system. Then there is testing. So under concept design, obviously there is starting with topology optimization, especially in body in white we might have. Then package kinematics, how my door will open and close, aerodynamic drag. So if I have a particular shape, will it have a particular CD value? This can be done based even from the initial concept sketch. Now, when we get into detailed design, obviously we are going to check if the performance will be there. So structural FEA, crash, durability or fatigue analysis. Powertrain, if you want to know if the engine's level is good or not, so we could use AVL's module or Converge's module. Battery pack can be done in some version of CFD plus electrical modeling. So drivetrain NVH obviously, if it is drivetrain alone, Adams is good because it's a multi-body software. From that output, we could take it to either ANSYS or COMSOL or Abacus for NVH. Regulatory testing, obviously, there are a few tests which are okay with simulation, but most of it in Europe or in India, they demand a physical test. Whatever is okay to be done virtually, like EC R94 and R95, it can be done virtually. Radios or Dyna, it can be done. So NCAP star rating, people can first estimate at OEM level and then go to actual testing. So sector-wise, it is available. Simulations are used in aerospace, manufacturing, energy, wind power, as well as medical engineering. I'll pick up a couple of places. I'll probably share this deck with you. If we have to look at the biomedical, essentially crash domain, we have something called as a THUMS, Toyota Human Model, and GHBMC, Global Human Body Model. So these are two models which are right now used for modeling humans in crashes. Heat exchanger optimization, anywhere around thing, we have ANSYS Fluent. Another very famous is this. Any ballistic impact, for impact in aerospace, the default tool which we use is Abacus. So these are some places where a particular software is also used. This is a slight tangential deviation. I just thought I'll share a few pointers on this and then move on to the next. Today we have good computational facilities. That's what we say. But for most of us who come from simulation, so what we understand is we essentially have a computer in front of us or a workstation in front of us, and it does things for us. So I'm just giving you a couple of things which you can understand. So these are terms which are thrown around, but I'll try to make sense of it for us. Now, if I want to solve matrices, the very complicated problem, I need something called as a parallel computation to be happening. There is something series and there is something parallel. For example, if I'm going to apply a load on two separate pieces, both of them can go in parallel. Can always be split between parallel and series. Whichever is possible, it needs to go in parallel. So in case of parallel, so once we have decided we need parallel, there is something called as a domain decomposition. So this splitting can be done automatically inside the system. So one example for that, or the software that does it for you, is called as an MPI. So this MPI is normally a proprietary system, but there is also a shared version of it called OpenMP. So these are two terms which normally we'll hear in FEA. Apart from this, if you're doing a data-driven thing, so we do have something called as a GPU acceleration. You would have heard of these GPUs coming and doing job for us. So under NVIDIA, we have a particular method called CUDA, or it can be a OpenCL. So these are two things that comes up under GPU acceleration. Today, simulation is a mix between MPI, OpenMP. So if you are going to use something called as a cluster, or you have multiple CPUs running, not just the racks, then we will be using a MPI plus OpenMP in this environment. So this is parallel computing. For some of us, we might have something called as a dedicated computer available. So these are normally in terms of racks. So this is a HPC environment. So these are high performance computers. They are like racks. They have networks inbuilt. So they will run on a different system. So this is a purpose built cluster. Okay. So first is we build our own cluster, parallel computing MPI, or we build take a supercomputer or purpose hardware. Rather, we take something called as a cloud native simulation. So we don't invest on hardware, we just rent it. In which case, our whole simulation runs on the cloud. So not literal cloud, but on the cloud. So in those cases, today software comes up with an option that it can be loaded in a cloud and access can be controlled to one person. So Amazon AWS is Amazon's product. Ansys also comes in cloud now. The Dassault system also comes in cloud. So this can be enabled to, again, inside the cloud, you can have a HPC or you can have a parallel computation. But essentially, the software will not be on the working machine, but it will be somewhere else and we'll only have access to the terminal. So these are terminologies that we need to understand when we are working with simulations today. Why do we do all these simulations? In my view, this is where we are headed. So essentially, one very good application of all this simulation is getting into something called as a digital twin. If we do digital twin and it is very, very well knit with something called as simulation now. Whatever we discussed till now, it is very well integrated into it. Now, a digital twin obviously is, as the name suggests, a twin. It's a simulation to a living model or an actual model there. So we have a physical asset which gives sensor data, and then the data is collected. In parallel, we run a simulation model. Then we work along with it. So this is how a digital twin works. So it has a physical data and it also has a simulation data. Under simulation data, we've discussed all this. There is FEA, there is MBD, there could be CFD surrogate, there could be Bayesian updating, there could also be PINNs for gap filling. So these are the simulations that we have spent so much time on. Physical asset gives data. Data comes here and then it runs inside the simulation models. Now that we know the simulation models, we can start running the anomaly and checking what if scenarios, right? So there are a few companies which have benefited from industry case studies. From this particular way, these are industry case studies. So GE Aviation, they have shown 2% fuel savings. 2% is a huge number in this particular industry. Siemens has their wind turbine. So they say they have reduced their downtime by 25%. That's a big number. Rolls-Royce claims they have also had a big advantage. The other industry is Tata Steel's rolling mill. Now, what they have done is, see, steel rolling obviously is a process in which we are going to, it involves heating, it involves material transition, and it also involves deformation. So these are three things that are involved in it. So it involves FEM plus machine learning for strip thickness control. So a combined model was used in the simulation part. They also found it to be advantageous. Now, where do we see things going next? Obviously, we will see generative AI for simulations. Just like we see some kind of copilot or let's say X or Y or Z LLM helping, we could also see an ANSYS SIM AI coming soon. Meshes could be easily automated. Experimental design could be AI guided. FEA post-processing today talks about choosing the exact stress value, the stress vector, all these, but it could be replaced by something which is natural language. So show me if it will break or not. The appropriate stress could be picked up. In terms of graphic, in the next one, we could have mesh is our key. So how do we do the learning in a better way? So native learning. So GNN surrogates for unstructured FEA meshes. Structured, we understand. We already have a program for it. Unstructured, where do I put this unstructured mesh? How do I handle this? There could be a graph neutral network for it. And then obviously there could be some new foundation models wherein the geometry can be handled in a better way. This is the, just like everybody is talking today, we could be looking at something called as a quantum simulation. Now, this quantum simulation is completely out of the box for us because it takes the elements of quantum, elements of topology optimization, and then work at the material level. Now, we have two approaches to material today. The first approach is we go to atom level, and then we'll talk about whether this electron will come out or not, how much is the energy that comes up. And then it's a macro level wherein we say, this is my Young's modulus, this is my Poisson's ratio, this is the strength. Now, what is in between these two, this scale, this is very different. So we have two different models. One is pure science model running today, and the other is macro model that is normally done by engineers. Now, how do we work at a simulation wherein these two can go together? So those are the new things that can come. So in my view, these are the key takeaways of today. Simulation is a critical part today. Physical prototype is obviously very costly. So first principles method is still the gold standard today. FEA, MBD, CFD, they are all very much grounded. We know how the physics works. Their predictions are extrapolatable. The verification and validation is critical for them. The third approach is data-driven methods. These are very good to augment whatever we are doing today, but they cannot replace physics, is my view. Fourth is probabilistic thinking is essential. Whatever we do with the first two things, we need to also know how a real system will work. There comes the quantification of uncertainty. Now that we know how to do these simulations, that's where it combines with the digital twin for synthesis. I'll stop here. Thank you for your time. Karthikeyan sir, it's back to you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Now, any questions you can ask professors. Hello. Actually, one question from my section, sir.
Yes, please.
So you're then speaking about digital twins, sir.
Yes.
Some case studies, and could you explain that how it is the last Siemens Energy, sir, the Siemens Energy SCADA, and how we can able to reduce using that?
Okay, so essentially, so SCADA is, you understand, it's their system,
Yes, sir.
which, okay, so you have data from it.
Yes, sir.
Now what we are saying is essentially what the turbine does. We are going to construct a model like that for us. This will be the MBD model or multi-body model that we are going to have.
Okay.
Now, it is not just a MBD model, it is a MBD ROM or reduced model that we are going to have of the drivetrain alone. So this turbine model, so if it is going to be, let's say, overloaded, or there was a wind of, let's say, 60 kmph, which it was supposed to be running on 40, but it was running on 60. The data would be there. Now that data would be fed into our MBD model, and you would have seen that this MBD model has already moved by the stress levels have increased. Now, this MBD model would have shown here that this particular bearing has been loaded heavily. So take certain precautions from here. So this particular process, bearing RUL, aeroelastic load prediction. So now that we know all this, based on this, they were able to take steps and then say this weather prediction is expecting 60 plus kmph wind because it happened last year. So don't allow to run this particular turbine, shut it down. So those kind of steps were being taken, and they were able to reduce the downtime by 25%. So the exact case study, once I get it, I will share it with you. But that's how digital twin today is being expected to help. This is how it is helping in industry.
And nowadays, digital twins plays a vital role in all the industries, all the areas, industry.
Yes.
Sir, actually, and could you share the PDF for us? One of the participant asked the PDF file. Sir.
Yeah, I will give that.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, sir. Okay.
I'll send the PDF to you. Yeah.
Oh, sure, sure, sir. So, any other questions you can ask, and we go for a vote of thanks session. Okay, sir. Respected dignitaries, faculty members, participants, and dear colleagues, on behalf of Department of Mechanical Engineering, Knowledge of Technology, I take this opportunity to express my heartfelt gratitude to Dr. Hariharan Shankar Subramanian, Associate Professor, SASTRA, deemed to be University, for delivering such an insightful and highly informative section on simulation techniques. SAS presentation provides us with valuable knowledge on modern simulation technologies, CAE tools, finite element analysis, and their applications in today's smart engineering environment, including the case studies. This section have highly engaging and perfectly aligned with the theme of our FDP on Smart Machines 4.0 and digital twin technologies. We sincerely thank Dr. Hariharan for sharing his expertise, valuable time, and this rich industrial and research experience with all the participants. I'm sure that knowledge gained today will greatly benefit faculty members, researchers, and the faculty members in their academic and research activities. I also extend my thanks to our management, principals, organizing committee members, HOD, faculty members, and technical team for all their participants for their active involvement and support in making this section wonderful. Once again, thank you, sir. Have a wonderful day. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Karthikeyan, and thank you, Team KIOT, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you, dear colleagues, for being here too. Thank you.
And thanks, Professor Shanmugh, sir, for his support.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, participants. Next session will start at 2:30 as scheduled. Thank you, sir.
Can I log off?
Yes, sir, you can close. Thank you.
Yeah.
Participant, next section will be start as per schedule. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Nomination, sir. Yes, sir. Now it is visible, sir.
Right. Okay, sir. Very good evening, one and all. Shall I start the presentation, or you will have a?
Sir, I will give some introduction about you.
Yeah, thank you.
Welcome. Okay. So for full screen, make it a full screen, sir. Your slide.
Is it okay?
Yes, sir. Okay, sir. A very good evening to all the participant faculty members and distinguished guests. It is my privilege to introduce today's resource person, Dr. B. Varun Kumar, Associate Professor in the Department of Mechanical Engineering at Thiagarajar College of Engineering, Madurai. Dr. Varun Kumar has completed his PhD in the area of heat transfer, CFD, HVAC, and renewable energy from Anna University. He has more than 15 years of academic and research experience and has published several research papers in reputed international journals indexed with SCI and Scopus. His area of expertise include smart manufacturing, CFD analysis, thermal engineering, renewable energy system, and simulation-based engineering application. The topic system modeling plays a crucial role in smart manufacturing and Industry 4.0 as it helps engineers analysis, predict, and optimize the behavior of engineering system before actual implementation. System modeling supports industry in improving efficiency, reducing operational errors, minimizing cost, and enabling digital transformation. Dr. Varun Kumar is highly connected to this domain through his expertise research contribution in computational engineering, thermal system analysis, and smart manufacturing applications. His expertise in handling research projects, publications, and FDP related to Industry 4.0 makes him an ideal expert to deliver today's section on system modeling. On behalf of Department of Mechanical Engineering of Knowledge Institute of Technology, Salem, I warmly welcome Dr. Varun Kumar and thank him for accepting our invitation. The section over to you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for brief and clear introduction about me. Very good evening, dear all participants. Happy to see you all in this FDP program. And sir have given a clear outline about my specialization is using computational fluid dynamics in heat transfer applications. However, in this presentation, I would like to share some real-time product manufacturing and modifications, how it will be reflected to the real products. The topic what allocated for me is system modeling and fundamental. This is an outline presentation I would like to cover in the upcoming 1 hour. Basically, I will have an idea about what is the system modeling and what, based on that, how the industry problems has been occurred, how can we identify that one. From that, what kind of modification will be implemented in system. Based on that, what kind of fundamental workings are applicable in mathematical formal foundations. And in that, the industrial advancement, how it will be reflected. Among that, prediction of maintenance and integration of AI technology, how it will be implemented and how can it will be supported using the system modeling. That thing we will see. And I have 2 examples to give something to you, a clear real-time modifications and outcome of that modification, how it will be supported to the industries. So I have taken 2 examples. One is battery thermal management and another one solar energy storage system. Followed by that concept of digital twin technology. And last, I would like to share how as an academicians, how our research potential we can implement in this smart manufacturing system. And that will be how it will be useful for this industry 4.0. So it is a combination of all kind of aspects, and I will give to you as a kind of a small presentation. You just have an idea, and you can ask any questions, and you can also discuss more thing about how the simulation software will be implemented for your research work also. And now we will directly go for the presentation. So is it visible? My slide is slightly I'm modifying. I'm changing. Is it reflected to all? So is it audible?
Yes, sir. Audible, sir.
Okay,
Audible,
sir.
sir.
I'm just changing the slide. Is it
Yes,
visible?
sir. It's visible, sir. Visible, sir.
Thanks for
Okay.
confirmation, sir.
Okay.
Basically, probably we have an idea that what is the system modeling. The system modeling is real-time example. We take it as a system. In that, we will do some kind of a mathematical and computational representation to predict some behavior. If we change the shape and materials, or if we change any kind of modification, how the performance will be happen, that we can did by using this computational mathematical representation that we call as a system modeling. The fundamental core work behind the thing is prediction of system behavior, optimizing the performance. I mean, to increase the performance from the base work, and we can see how the modification will be implemented. Ultimate aim of this one is to reduce the experimental cost and time. So the physical experimental cost, physical experimental implementation will be support for time reduction and also cost estimation. And main thing is we can enable control and automation by using the simulation process. So this is the fundamental core idea behind the system modeling. If we take an example, an engine, we have a different kind of a model, for example, 150 or 250. It is very difficult to design, fabricate new product without going for modification. If we do that modification by simulation, for example, in simulation, there will be a two concept. Only thing is mathematical interaction between the fuel, what we are using in this engine. In that fuel interaction, the chemical kinematic equations will be play a vital role. That will predict the thermal performance. So equations of combustion, we can vary by using what kind of fuel we use, and that equation we directly implement in computational simulation by using code. From that code, we can visually see how the real-time product will be applicable. It's an example of one thing. And another thing, recent days, we have many researchers focusing in this battery thermal management system. If we take as a battery, here a combination of thermal and electrical model will play a great role. Similarly to the manufacturing line, there will be a number of process will be implemented. For example, assembling, cellular manufacturing, product assembling, so many things are there. In that, if we implement real case, it is very difficult because investment cost and time cost will be take more. By using the simulation analysis, we can predict how the real-time benefits will be implemented in this manufacturing line. I have an example on upcoming presentation, BMW, how the industry has been revolution. So I will show them that slide. It will give some more clear idea about how the process simulation will be implemented in this manufacturing line. In industry, the real problem is demand of customer will be increasing day by day. In China, they are producing new different kind of model every year. When compared with in India and some other countries, launching of new model will take minimum 3 years. Take it as an example of any Bajaj. In Bajaj industry, launching of new model in market, they may take minimum 2 to 3 years from the scratch of R&D to the real product. But developed countries, they are having n number of products keep on moving. What they are doing, that things we are going to see. The problem what they are industry facing is they need different kind of high complex geometry. It is not possible to implement check real-time product. And the thing is, it will be not in a non-linear process. And it will be in dynamic motion. So that is also a very challenging one. And the thing is, it is an expensive, and testing of really in all aspect is also very challenging. Testing facility will not be applicable in each and every area. So that is also very difficult to the industries. And considering the safety critical aspect, that is also very problem to the industries. To overcome of all these things, they may go only for the system modeling. And the benefit of this one is they can increase the thermal failure, reduce the thermal failure, control the production cost, and they can have a possibility to produce an effective system. Ultimate solution of all this problem is they have to design a model. They have to take for the simulation process. From the simulation process, they can do small modification. From that modification, what kind of optimization process will be attained, that can be evaluated with the base model. From that, they can go for the further process. So ultimate aim of industry output is based on the system modeling. And in the system modeling, you can simply say that it is a backbone of industry 4.0, enabling the predictive analysis and digital twin technology integration with recent AI methods. The core fundamental of this system model will be is collecting information from the system. I will show what is a system. Example, I will show some kind of a system. The core idea, core fundamental thing is they have to collect the input from the system. That system may be a kind of a material or kind of a data or kind of anything. From that, they have to collect the information as an input. Then they have to take it into the process, operating process mechanism, or they can do some kind of a transformation have to attain. For that, they have to create a kind of a small process. Then they have to compare the process, what output will be attained. This output will be how to meet the customer what they are required in industry. Based on this output, they have to do small modification in the process. After output, they will take to the feedback session. In that feedback session, they will collect the input from all the stakeholders, and from that they can do some kind of a modification in this design modeling. And also they have control mechanism that can monitor what their output has been attained. If it is need to change any modification, they can do something in their input and also process based on the requirement of current demand and also statement from the stakeholders. So this is an outline of core fundamental what happening in the system modeling. If we take example of a battery, in battery, if we need to use in all kind of an application, specifically in electric vehicle, lithium based ion will be increasing demand. And the major problem what they have identified last 5 years is heat generation. It will be occurred due to the continuous charging or discharging and operating so and so applications. The heat generation will play a major role. Outcome of that one is they need to cool the temperature, or they have to maintain the controlled system of a battery mechanism. What they need to do, they need to do some kind of a modification by integrating some exchange material or some kind of an extension material, or they have to do some kind of arrangements. So this is the process what they will do in battery. Similarly, in factory also, availability of raw material will be more. They have to process what they have to expecting in outcome. Then the product will be attained. From that product, how the market will be reached. All the examples will be directly revealing that the input what we have given, the process what you have taken, and what the output will attain. That output we have to get the feedback from that one. Again, we have to run the cycle again and again to increase the modification of the product. So this is the fundamental core idea will be in the system model. And what kind of models they will use in industry? Fundamentally, we have 5 products. First, physically, they will collect the data. For example, in engine, they will run the engine for continuously 2 hours, 2 days, 2 weeks to see the thermal performance and other performance of an engine to collect the real physical output of a product. I'm just saying an example. So these are all the examples of data we can take in from directly physical model. And some other kind of models, what they will take, they will collect the data from the models, like predictions, what will happen in earlier model. For example, they will compare 150cc engine with 100cc and 200cc, and they will collect the data each and other, and they will do some comparison, and they will change the algorithm, and they will do some kind of a modification. Then they will implement in existing model to see whether the system implementation and performance has been increased or not. So this is the second model, what we call as a data derived from the existing one. And third one is a combination of both things. They will collect real-time data and also compare the existing data, which is called as a hybrid model. And next, discrete event model and continuous dynamic model will be recently implemented to check whether production is ongoing, and also they will find out the what kind of modification is required. Twin technology will be implemented here. So all the process, what the thing behind the screen is governing equation will fundamental mathematical applications. In mathematical application, probably mass balance and energy balance and momentum balance will be there. All the closed or open system, these kind of governing equations will be implemented in all kind of software. The challenge although is whether it is in static, there is no time dependency. If it is in dynamic, the time-based calculation also is required. So that is a challenge in simulation process. Apart from that, fundamental governing equation will play whether the closed system will be operating in a correct direction or we need to go for some other modification. So it is in 4 fundamental we have to understand what happening in this system. Of the system modeling was initially before 1950, there will be an analytical model system only based on the Newtonian Newtonian mechanics and thermodynamic based law. Probably they will use in mechanical and civil engineering only. Later on, 1950, computational modeling process has been developed using an FEM and CFD process. Later, 1990, MATLAB simulation integration with the control system will be used in industry to see, change, and apply different kind of a real-time product to in the existing model, how the variation has been occurred. A reason after 2010, recent days, integration of AI-driven model, it means existing data will be implemented in new model to see how the model has been enhanced or not, and how the content has been meet the requirement of recent industry or not. So that has been processed by using this machine learning and digital twin industry process, which recent days all the developed and specifically in our countries, we are focusing all these things only. What we have understand from this one is a smart machine with a digital twin plus data driven system is recent trends which all the industries has adapted and going all towards production process. The fundamental core idea of in this one is base is example of a system. Then what kind of input we are giving, sensor status we can collect it. I will show some examples you will easily understand. And prediction layer, the prediction layer by using this machine learning integration. And then we have taken that values to the live virtual model to see how the real-time process will be. I have some examples, you can understand all these terminologies. The thing is, without modeling, this digital twin is not possible. How this process has been implemented, you will see. Take this one is an example of a real-time product. First, here I am showing the cursor. The second, imagine this is a real-time car. In the inside car cabin, we have different kind of parameters. First parameter that I will take, it is in thermal mechanism. First, we have to control this internal cabin by using air ventilator, by using HVAC. In that, how the cooling process will be occurred, that one we can calculate it, because that vehicle we can operate in open surface, sunny day duration, and also we can park in the shadow. So we have different kind of an applications and different kind of an data we will collect as a thermal calculation. In the thermal calculation, automatic HVAC will be applied, or manually we have to operate the control system. So two different kind of process are there. Reason is automatic cooling process will be preferred by customer. Then what kind of data we have to give? At what temperature this temperature will be attained? If the temperature attained, automatically AC have to on, and that AC have to operate for specific duration. Within that specific duration, inside the camper, the temperature has to be controlled. If the vehicle is operated by a single person, the temperature will be produce some data. If the vehicle operated by 4 or 5 people, then the temperature producing data will be vary. But the time also will be considered. Temperature attained also considered, attained from the inside the cabin and outside the cabin. Each and every data we have to consider for the optimization. In that optimization, all the data we have to collect the data and we have to integrate it with the system modeling. In system modeling, there will be a multi-body dynamic process will be occurred. If it is directly addressing the position of outer surface of a car, we don't want to give specific data for seat, steering, because all these things have a different kind of a material. So addressing all these data, we have to consider what kind of materials we have used, what kind of surface plating we have used, and what will be the material for internal cabin. All the data we have to take, and then we have to give an input for the additional process. And I have shared the example of thermal control modeling process. In thermal modeling, if the vehicle operated in sunny duration, the temperature of given input will be varied. If the vehicle operated in night time, again the data will be varied. The thermal comfort model also we have to consider based on the vehicle when we are operating. So that is additional kind of input. Then the airflow rate. Some recent vehicles, they have a controlled and some automatic airflow will be there. If 2 or more people will be there, the airflow will be increased gradually depend upon capacity of a person inside the cabin. If there is 1 or 2 people, the airflow through will be regulated automatically based on people who are there. So all this data will be predicted from the system by prediction of heat generated in the cabin. So these are all the examples what we have to consider for system modeling. Then that data will be directly taken to the simulation analysis. In that analysis, we have different analysis such as ergonomic, thermal, airflow, so and so. All these things will be the application of only internal, inside of a car. Inside of a car, we have to analyze nearly 6 or 7 kind of an analysis based on the input what we have taken to give the best model for the market. Now, recent days, what they are doing is each and every data what we are collecting that has been integrated with AI optimization by using different algorithm. From that, the result and validation will be vary. So this is a kind of a flow process what happening inside a car in the system simulation. Here I have shown some kind of an examples. So inside the car, there is a cabin. In that cabin, human thermal comfort will be very depend upon different temperature, but they have taken as a constant temperature, 27 degrees Celsius. And also airflow temperature will be vary when it is operating. And this airflow will be calculated automatically based on the condition of an air which is operated. And if the number of persons or if the operation will be higher, the thermal distribution inside the car, that is also it will be vary, and this data also have to calculate it. And then structural shape and material what they have used inside the cabin. For example, here I have highlighted the sitting position. Likewise, we have different materials. So all this material we have to taken as an only for the application of thermal analysis. This inputs will justify what kind of temperature have to fix inside the cabin, and that data will be directly communicated with the system, and that system automatically operate without manual operation. So this is a fundamental process which is using in this car. So that car will meet the requirement of the customer. So here I have shown some kind of an step-by-step process for an example of car manufacturing. Similarly, in manufacturing process, same things will be happen. Probably some few speakers will be disseminate this information to you. First, they have to know what kind of a process planning will be occurred by way of material selection, process, and tools and line. Then they will go for simulation analysis like forging, injection, welding, and so on. So based on that, they will go for optimization by using AI method, and they will have a virtual commissioning process, how the cost, space, time will occur, and the process of flow chart will be happen. Then they will go for validation with existing one and present one. Then they will go for real production. This kind of process will give a clear idea to the manufacturer to attain a fruitful outcome of the product. Here we have a different kind of tools in industry, probably in simulation. In academic, we prefer ANSYS and CATIA for designing and simulation analysis. And Altair and MATLAB, probably from the thermal and electrical departments, they use this kind of software for analyzing the electrical and circuit-based heat distribution and thermal electrical distribution occurred in this one. Probably based on this output, they will go for the attainment of industries. This picture, this slide will give a clear output of system modeling. First, we have to give the clear problem, what kind of modification we are using in the system. Here I am mentioning only the name system. Here you can use insist of system, you can use any kind of an exam, whether it is an engine or whether it is a solar based collector or any battery management system, whatever it is, you imagine example of that one. In that, if you do any kind of a modification, you have to give the clear problem statement. What kind of modification, whether we are changing the position of an injection valve or shape of a valve, or we are doing any material modification. First, we have to identify and define the problem, what we need to do. Then we have to take to the conceptual of the system. First, which input will be taken, then what is the next parameter we are going to fix. From that, what will be the happen of the output. From that output, how the feedback will be collected. Again, based on that feedback, how we need to change the modification. So this kind of block diagram we should be created. Then we have to focus on mathematical modeling. What kind of modeling we have to use? Probably I have showed that maximum mass, energy, and dynamic motion based governing equation will be implemented in all kind of software. Then they will go for model implementation and they will directly for simulation analysis. In the simulation analysis, they can really predict what kind of heat distribution, velocity distribution, pressure, and so on so distribution occurred in the both open and closed system. From that, they will go for comparison. Comparison means validation process. They compare the real product with the existing model and they will identify what kind of variation has been occurred. That variation will be improve the new product performance or not. Based on the decision, they will go for the production. So this is a clear outline model. Here I have shown some kind of an equations and a mathematical model. And bottom line, these are the industrial applications what they have used in this system modeling. Specifically, we have an example for automotive and aerospace industries. We have an example. Recent days, biomedical and medical based applications, so many automated data are integrated even for major operations by transplantation of heart and liver. So this is very hot research topic which we are in focusing, and I will show some example for that too. And another important thing is integration of this electronic circuit in closed packed system. The electronic circuits and electronic connections will create some kind of an heat flow and thermal flow analysis. That kind of an research also very important and probably we can focus on if we need to change any modification inside the system modification, if we change anything based on some novelty, that have to compare with existing one. If we prove something is attained in the real time, that we can get some kind of a recognition. So these are all the industry applications are there, which all are growing very fast by implementing this industry 4.0. Our research, we can focus in this to provide better design, higher energy efficiency, and sustainable solution for the industry what they are facing real-time problem. Here, one real-time examples. What BMW will take, they will create a virtual factory, name of digital twin manufacturing. The problem what they identified is they need to create a new electric vehicle production line. Before implementing real time, they will create a virtual factory by arrangement of what kind of arrangement will be implemented in factory, such as robotic movement, arrangement of materials in position, and production interpretation, and losses what will be the happen, time, duration, cost, everything they will be calculated. Based on that, they will go for some implementation of real time. So before implementation, they choose system modeling. In system modeling, they will create a digital twin factory, a digital twin of entire factory, and they will take the inputs such as robotic trajectory, work movement, material flow, where it is taken, entire process in and out, and where they are positioned. All the material flow will be there taken, and conveyor speeds, position of inline assembling section, and production scheduling. So entire thing they will take in as an input. From that input, they will directly go for simulation process. In simulation, they will create a factory outlet optimization. Then robotic path planning where the robot have to fix and distance, position, operating direction, operating speed, everything. Then they will go for ergonomic analysis. And based on that, they will go for real-time process. In physical factory, they will collect the data from the sensor what they have already fixed. From the data, they will compare with simulation design, and they will go for digital twin modeling. And then again, they will go for simulation process for comparison. From that comparison, they will enhance the optimization performance. From that, they will identify any improvement or not. If found any correction, again, they will go for modification of this virtual model. If the process what they have think is correct, then they will go for real implementation. Up to real implementation, they will do number of corrections and number of variation from the data what they have taken from the real time and also simulation process. They will do compare each other, validate and identify. If the improvement is attained, they will go for the final implementation. The benefit of this process is simply we can say that production time, production planning time, investment, virtual testing before physical installation, and reduce machine relocation cost, improve worker safety. So these are all the benefits they will attain. And finally, they report that BMW report that virtual factory allow a detailed testing and optimization before real deployment, helping reducing planning effect and production cost. So this is a statement what they have given for the researcher to understand how it is very important of digital twin manufacturing process. The thing is they have to collect the data from the real time and from the simulation. They compare each other and they will go for the virtual factory performance. From that they will get the authentication. From that they will go for final implementation. And also they have highlighted physical worker safety will be improved, launching and relocation of machining process where they have to fix which one, that cost of relocation will be reduced, and ultimate thing is they can increase the production rate on time with low cost. Here another example, aerospace industry. So this is also very interesting core area. The thing behind the thing is here we have to go for minimum 3 analysis, which is combination of thermal, structural and fluid dynamics, because this application is operate in zero gravity. In zero gravity, we have to check 3 more, 4 more, 5 different kind of an parameter to check whether this kind of an implementation will be work out or not. It shows engine operation condition. This engine will operate in higher temperature, higher pressure, and practically it is not possible to test physical production. So simulation analysis will highly support for them. In that simulation analysis, they will collect the data from the existing one by using sensors from engine, and that has been compared with existing data, which is from the cloud, and they do for digital twin integration process. From that, they will go for the real-time production. Here we can see example of simulation analysis with virtual analysis. If we change the inclined angle of blade or position of a blade or count of a blade or something, the airflow distribution will be gradually increased. From that, how the mass flow distribution and so on, so output will be varied. That variation will support the real-time production or not. So there they can have a clear visual idea for this aerospace industries. The benefit of this kind of a method is they will reduce the initial investment cost, reduce the downtime, and improve the reliability. And main thing is failure prediction before breakup, because investment in this aerospace, any kind of an operation will be more than 1,000 crores. So it is not possible to test real time. So for that, they will choose only the modeling process. In that modeling process, they have to collect so many data physically and sensors, and they have to go for modeling by varying small modification. From that modeling, what kind of an attainment how they have achieved or not. That attainment they can compare with existing model. Nowadays, integration of AI technology from the existing model is on progress to check whether the designed model is possibility or not. Before a modification in system, we don't want to waste the operating process, iteration process. We can reduce the cost of simulation in some other area. For that, they are using that AI integration, which is data they are collecting from the existing one. That data they have compared before doing simulation. So this is the recent technology which is implemented in the aerospace industries too. So this is an outline of what I have shared. Is it okay? Here I have the outline of the presentation what I have to know. I have compared the both automotive and aerospace industries. First, they have to take the data from the existing model and they have a novelty. Then they will go for simulation process. From that simulation process, they go for validation. From that validation, they will go for integration of AI technology. Then they will go for manufacturing. From that manufacturing, again, they will go for testing of the product. That's a testing. If they failed or if they found anything need to improvement, again they will directly send the process to the modeling. Again, it will start from third process to end of that one. If the product has success, then it will directly go for the real-time production. Here, one more example, electric vehicle battery industry, which recent days we are getting so many research outcome from this VTM. Here, what their problem they are facing is same thing. Non-uniform heat distribution occurred because vehicle will operate in various operating condition. Probably distribution of heat inside the battery pack will be varied. So they have to see give more attention in research area. Additionally, thermal runaway, cell aging, and capacity degradation. All these problems they are facing in EV battery pack. What the possible solution is, they have to go for battery cell modeling. I will show some example, what kind of modeling, design, modification, how it will be implemented. I will show some example. And they will go for thermal analysis and also electrochemical analysis. Then they will go for battery pack simulation analysis, and they will compare the real-time monitoring system, and they will find what kind of failure may occur, and that prediction will be support for doing new simulation analysis. So this is an work what they are doing in modeling process. In that, the main parameters what they are is seeing that state of charging, state of health, and cell temperature, arrangement of 4x4 or 5x5x4 number of cell arrangement. The cell temperature will be very important parameter they will check, and that internal resistance. All these things will be taken for before doing simulation analysis. Then the simulation analysis has been taken for the validation process. The benefit what they will attain from this one is they will predict what kind of an heat distribution will occur if we operate continuously for 2 hours, 4 hours with loading condition. If we vary, if we operate in different parameters, what kind of thermal distribution will occur, and duration and lifetime of battery will be predicted, and capacity of charging and discharging will be prediction, and we can see the safety of that one. Ultimate results what they have declared is battery twin and related industry system create the real-time battery replica that track the aging, electrochemical interaction between the cells, and thermal behavior of the battery pack across to predict the battery life cycle. So here we have so many examples. We'll take the digital battery system and real-time battery system. They will compare each other, and they will give the information to the simulation process. From the simulation, we need to give data. The data we can take from the real time and also from the existing model, such as AI. Then they will integrate each other, and they will predict something. Based on the prediction, they will do modification in simulation. From that, they will attain some output. That output has been validated with the existing one, and they will go again for the remodeling process. So this is the progress what happening in this battery digital twin process. And here an outline of what I have discussed here. Again, the data has taken from the existing one, do modification, simulation, and implemented in the final product. Probably in electronic industry too, they will follow the same process. And the thing very important one is biomedical industry. Nowadays, you will identify that so many research proposal will focus on biomedical based industries from the domain of mechanical and electrical. The thing is, they are analyzing very important on how to increase the optimization of their operating process. For example, open heart or liver transplantation or so on. So they are focusing to increase the optimization process by using some advanced mechanisms and also machinations. Here I will show some example for heart flow operations. Upcoming slides. Here also what they will do, they will collect the data from the real-time hospital. They will create some novelty. In that novelty, they will create real 3D modeling of the organs. Probably now we have a 3D printing also of each and every organ. From that bio-based printing, we can replace real human organ to the who they needed. Before implementation, they can do research what kind of blood flow occurred in the heart, how it will be the vary of mass flow rate, temperature variation, and also other tissue distributions. everything they can predict by using simulation. That simulation results will be compared with existing one, then they will go for the production. This will give more authentication and precious to the customer to implement whether this kind of production will support for long time and there will be no health losses. So this is a recent biomedical based research is moving towards integration of this industry 4.0. In industry, this is the process step by step they have taken. The thing what we have discussed recent our last half an hour. Simply they will collect the data from that one, the design, simulate, analysis, and implement for the final process. Some industrial applications such as automotive, aerospace, energy sector, and process industry, electronic and manufacturing, same thing. So these are all the industry process, what will happen. So up to this, we will have an idea about in system simulation, how the system will be collecting the data from the real time, and that data we do some modification, and that modification implemented in simulation. In simulation analysis, we will predict how the modification will attained. That attained value will compared with existing model, and that model will be compared with predicted model. From there, we will have some conclusion whether this design will be support to enhance our product or not, and then they will go for real-time production. So up to this, we will have an idea about how the system process will be implemented in industry. Apart from that, some other kind of a research aspect. From next slide onwards, I will show some what kind of softwares they are using. From the software, what are the steps they have taken. In that steps, how the simulation process will take place, and what kind of results they will attain, and that results how it will be comparing with real time. So here I will have some slides for that one, and also I have taken some example of renewable energy based application where my research work is moving on, so it will give some clear idea. We have an idea about how the solar system will work. It will collect the solar radiation directly from the sun. From that, PV modules will receive heat energy. Then they will directly connected with tracking system. Then tracking system, we have a DC to DC converter. From that, directly we will connect to the grid. Meanwhile, if the temperature we attained higher temperature in the duration of 11 to 3, we will increase the heat flux amount of energy. Then we will use battery to receive huge heat energy, and we can store that one. Then we can directly transmit to the electric grid. Here that electronic management system will play a great role to regulate high amount of heat flux occurred in panel to grid. So this EMS will play and regulate the heat flow, and then it will convert to the grid connection. This is the flow diagram of real-time process. Here, what kind of system modulation we can do? The simple thing is, if we change the panel inputs by way of arranging the shape, material thickness, solar panel film thickness, or material combination, if we need to change, we can do it. And from that, what kind of modification attained as an output, that can be directly accounted in the DC to DC converter. From there, we can directly integrate with the battery mechanism. In that battery mechanism, what amount of heat has been charged and discharged, then we can directly apply for the load modeling. If load modeling applied, how the distribution, energy distribution occurred, that distribution will be compared with existing one. Then we can have a performance analysis, whether our modified system will do higher performance or not. Here some output I have shown for you. We can do some battery temperature distribution, system efficiency, and state of charging distribution, and so on. So we can have some kind of an output we can visually see. The mathematical model governing equation behind this thing is here I have lettered. For example, PV model, current is an input. For that, how the modifications will be occurred. Coming to battery mechanism, the temperature thermal model will be the important one. What kind of modification you have taken? For example, mass flow rate and temperature distribution, that will be the key role. and state of charge and system power balance. All these things, mathematical modeling will give the prediction for whether our modification will be work out or not. And also we need to authenticate this validation result will support for real-time enhancement or not. Then they will go for the real-time production. Applications of this solar will be gradually increasing. Recent days, electrical vehicle based applications also, integration of solar based electrical vehicle also in recent days it is increasing. So outcome of this we will understand. In solar energy we can do some simulation analysis with modification of system integration. From that we can have an output of so what I have listed here, these are all the outputs we can attain. These values will give some idea whether our performance will increase or not. So here I have shown some step-by-step procedure what I have used in computational Fluent. In Fluent software, first we will design the geometry, a rectangular shape of a geometry. Here we have a 3 different material: glass, absorber plate, probably in aluminum, and second one wooden duct will use for the hot air passing from one point to another point. I mean inlet to outlet. Here we can directly design the model by using Fluent or some other kind of simulation analysis design software. Then we can do for the meshing process. Meshing, of course, you know that in simulation, dividing of entire huge area into small area, which help to predict what amount of heat distribution, pressure distribution, and velocity distribution occurred at each and every point. For that, we have to go for the meshing. In meshing, we have a different kind of a process. However, I will directly go to the process alone. Then we need to set the boundary condition. What will be the solar flux will attain, which will be the ambient temperature entered, and what will be the hotter air attained from where. So the boundary condition listed is very important in simulation analysis. Then we will go for governing equation. Integration of governing equation for model is very, very important. Here we have a different kind of a model. Whatever in this progress, the physics behind in this rectangular duct, the fundamental governing equation will be this one. Here the continuous and momentum and energy equation. Continuous will predict the mass flow rate, what is an ambient temperature and outlet temperature. Momentum process also same. And energy, what amount of heat flux we have received from the sun and what is an output of hot air we have taken. Here the turbulent model has been taken. We have 7 different kind of a turbulent model. Probably this model will use to predict what is the temperature distribution occurred to the top surface layer, which we call as a viscous surface layer of the product. Based on that distance, we choose the turbulent model. That turbulent model will predict what kind of an heat transfer and dissemination occurred between, convective heat transfer occurred between this solid surface to convective air medium. So this turbulent model will predict the accuracy of the heat distribution. And then radiation model, if the heat energy disseminate from one material to another material, this radiation model also we will choose that one. All these things we call as a governing equation, and this governing equation directly reflect to the physical setup of which is really existing one. And then we will fix the boundary condition and directly we will go for the iteration. Later on iteration, we have to fix what kind of mass flow rate has been moving inside the duct, what amount of heat flux we have attained from this solar radiation. Based on that, how the temperature distribution occurred, how the velocity distribution occurred, and what kind of pressure has occurred. This pressure will be calculated to find what kind of friction factor occurred inside the duct. So all these 3 parameters is very important. The thing is, this will be the common working process. If I need to increase the temperature of output, for example, ambient temperature is 26, output temperature will be 28, will be the normal working process of this solar air heater. Suppose if I need to attain the outer temperature 30 degrees Celsius, for example, drying my some food-based agro product, I need 30 degrees Celsius is very important output. Then what I need to do? I need to do some kind of a design modification in this duct. Extension of surface in the name of ribs, grooves, or some kind of a modification which help to increase the convective heat transfer between this duct. Then applying mass flow rate in various mass flow rate that will help to increase the output temperature. This modification has been possible in simulation analysis, and then the simulation modification can compare with existing model. After confirmation of temperature enhancement, we can go for real-time production from the modification what we have introduced. So these are all the research and practical work which is implemented. Similarly, same process was used in electrical battery thermal management process also. Here I have shown some example for you. Yeah. Right. Here I will show some example for you to understand how small modification will create huge impact. Because of this small modification, how the publication will be reflected. Here, same example, I used some small trapezoidal shape of rib with various pitch distance and arrangement of pitch distance. Then we will attain some kind of an output in simulation. This will be the simulation performance. The turbulent shape, vortex, and flow, based on that, the flow velocity, shape of a vortex will be increased. It means a convective heat transfer will be increased when compared with lower Reynolds number to the higher Reynolds number. A Reynolds number is nothing but a mass flow rate. If we increase mass flow rate, higher distribution will occur. From the distribution, we can easily increase the outlet temperature. This article has been published in Q1. The thing is, this result will be giving an authenticator if we increase some kind of an extension surface inside the rib, which will produce some heat improvement. So this is an example. And coming to battery thermal management also, there is so many modification is going on. Among that, the first important thing is arrangement of cells arrangement. Here I will show some examples. In this area, you will see arrangement of cells inside the battery will be in inline method or something in staggered method or in the circular method. All these things will be very depend upon industry problem. The problem what they are facing is thermal distribution. The irregular thermal distribution. The thing is they have to arrange, they are changing the arrangement of cells and integration of some other material as a heat storage material around the cells arrangement, and they are using some kind of a small tube as a heat pipes. All these kind of modification is to address the heat removal and regular heat distribution inside the battery thermal management system. Here, all kind of a modification they will do by using software. Once the data has been compared with existing one, and the modified data will be compared with real time, and the real time value has been improved from the simulation analysis, and they have an validation and they have an authentication, then they will go for the real time production. Likewise, so many research work is going on. We have nearly 150 different kind of an heat absorber material, and we have a 5 different kind of an cells in market, and arrangement will be keep on moving, and we are getting different shapes, size, and capacity of a battery day by day. That's why we are getting different kind of an electric vehicle. And the thing is, discharge duration, performance of a vehicle, all things will be falls on this EV management system. Behind the EV management system, so many modifications are keep on moving to address the requirement of customer benefits. Here some examples. This cells has been integrated in the battery pack. That battery pack has integrated with the PCM material, phase change material. It means nothing but heat absorbed material. And see how the heat distribution in, if it is operate in more than 2 hours or 4 hours, or if it is operated in the continuous charging system, so on. So if this process is work out, then they will go for the real-time production process. All this data we are giving to industry to check our modification, our implementation, our progress will be support to address the real-time progress or not. So these are all the examples which is happening in the electrical battery thermal management system. Inside also same simulation work is going on. This cell has been arranged in 6x4. We can change the arrangement 4x4, 5x5, 7x8, whatever it is, depend upon capacity of what requirement for the customer. Behind the thing is chemical interaction and electrical interaction will be there. That chemical, electrochemical reaction and resistance loss we have to use by using the governing equation. Here we can give the material, what kind of material we are using and what kind of voltage we can attain from the material and how the chemical reaction will take place. All these things we have to predict in this governing equation. Then directly we can go for the integration of cooling process. The cooling process, it means external heat surface or heat pipe integration inside the battery management or integrating some PCM material. Based on this, how the heat absorption will take place, then they can go for the simulation analysis. In the simulation analysis, this will be the heat, this will be the result they will attain. From this, they can predict major amount of heat distribution will take place in this area and a very less amount of heat distribution will take place in the outer surface of the cell arrangement. This will give some clear idea that they have to give some space or arrangement of the cell have to change and some other kind of a heat pipe have to introduce. All these things they will do to reduce the temperature uniformity and maintain the common heat distribution and increase the cooling effectiveness. If this process is success, then they will directly go for the real-time production process. Here the input is arrangement, material selection, process integration, and what kind of attainment they have to do, that they will fix in the CFD simulation analysis. Then they will see the real output. This output taken for validation process. From that validation, if they found any improvement, then they will go for the production. So this is a step-by-step process which will be implemented in system simulation. Here some more examples how the results will be here. And this is the one more study cases. You will understand how the temperature distribution is varying. For example, first model, center portion, they have a high heat distribution. Second model, one side of cell arrangement, they will have high distribution, and the opposite side, there is very less. This is also will create some problem to the battery thermal, where huge amount of heat will be distributed one side. And third diagram, it is uniformly distributing. However, right hand side have huge heat energy when compared with left. It means they have to focus what kind of mass flow rate has been entered, and they have to change the boundary condition. Shape and position of a battery arrangement in the vehicle. They have to change and see how the modification will support this battery thermal management system, and they have to again compare the real-time value. Then they have to go for the real-time production process. Here some example of simulation analysis of pressure distribution and velocity distribution. Pressure and velocity will calculate it if the vehicle will operate in various ambient condition. If temperature will play, obviously there will be the pressure loss will be occurred. How the pressure loss has been impact the thermal performance of a battery. That too also we have to confirm before production, because this friction factor may occur based on the arrangement, position, and heat flow rate or material integration. So many parameters are there. So the output of this pressure distribution will be account in the thermal distribution. So these are all some kind of a real-time modification which is using in industry for for before production. This kind of simulation analysis has been taking place. So up to now we have an idea about how the system modification was used, what kind of design modification can be done. From that, what is the result they have attained. Now we are going to see a kind of a digital twin concept. This is also why I am covering this one is how the modification will be really support to industry. From that industry, what kind of modification they are doing in simulation. So to close that loop, I have touch up upon this digital twin concept also. Of course, you have an idea. This digital twin concept is a virtual replication of a physical system. For example, physical battery, we can get the data from the sensor with IoT. Then we can directly go for an integration of machine learning process, and we can directly go for the digital twin dashboard. Benefit of this one is monitoring the real-time product, maintaining the predictive attainment of values, and maintaining the thermal optimization and reduce the failure. In EV industries, it will be the very important thing, specifically aerospace and renewable energy sector. Recent days, we are focusing this SDG 7 and 9. And it is an architect of the digital twin process. In this diagram, it is clearly highlighting that product and production. If we do some modification in system, we directly go for simulation analysis. From that simulation analysis, we do validation process, and then we directly go for the production. From the production, we are getting some kind of data input from the real-time product. From that product, again, we will go for the comparison. From that comparison, validation process will taken. If the validation has success, I mean, if we attain some amount of enhancement in production, then we will directly go for the real-time production. Or else, if we found any mistake or any modification is required from the data, again, it will come back to the simulation analysis, and they will do some kind of a modification, and again, it will go back to the production. So this we called as a closed loop feedback, data-driven feedback system. Design, manufacture, operate. Again, we collect the feedback from the operation. From that feedback, again, we go for the redesigning of the progress. So this is we called as a digital twin architect process. Here, so many industries they are using. Probably this digital twin concept was introduced in NASA in the way of Apollo 13th mission in the name of living model. The thing is, they will collect the real-time data and also real-time modification, and they will check what kind of modification is attained. That attainment will support for their advancement or not. Again, they will do for some other modification. So we call it as a living model. Nowadays, integration of AI technology and simulation analysis with real-time data, this kind of progress has been implemented in developed and advanced industries. And Simon Digital Enterprises, they will do same kind of progress for increasing their quality of a product, using that real-time product with real production system. And from that, the decision support has been taken. That's the decision will be data of real-time and also AI production. AI will not directly take the decision. However, the AI data has been taken from the existing model, and real-time design modification, they will take comparison. From that, they will have a digital comparison of both data. Then they will go for the decisions. The role of this AI in these digital twin technologies automatically integrate this kind of a multiple engineering operation in a system. And ultimate thing is to increase the speed up of a production based on customer input, design modification, workout will be reduce the failure. From that, they can produce new model and they can attain the success of their new model. For that, they have integrating this AI in digital twin process. The real outcome is increasing the new product launching every year in specific area, which is meet the customer requirement, and reduce the production of development cycle and increasing the simulation accuracy. This will play the important role, and also improve the production efficiency and maintaining the predictive capability and increase the output of entire process. So this is the statement what I have initially mentioned, that digital technology will not be operate without integration of AI and real-time data. And based on this intelligent industrial decision will be made. Probably in Dassault system, they will move for virtual twins in healthcare system. Here some examples I have shown to you. Recent days we have received some research call also. Before research call objective is, before handling real patients, each and nurse and doctors, they have and practice what kind of modification, what kind of treatment they are giving to the patient. If that patient, if the process, I mean, that treatment will work out, what will be the output of that treatment? They can virtually see that one. For example, if the doctor have to do some kind of an operation of real transplantation of any organs, they will do some virtual operations. From that, they will see what is an output they will do. From that output, they will understand what kind of an impact will occur if the process is. These kind of virtual simulation will be possible by using this system analysis. So healthcare, they will play a vital role in that one. I have started in this one, shared in this starting of the presentation. Here we have two things, digital twin and virtual twin. Digital twin will represent the physical object and also data from the primary monitor and observation. Virtual twin is integration of real time with AI and also simulation result. Outcome of this one, they can create a real predictive outcome. From that, they can go for quick and short correct decision making, because the decision and application of all these things in healthcare is very, very important. The ultimate thing is they have to reduce the operation duration and increase the precision and accuracy of the success rate of that operation by using this virtual practice and data what they have taken from the existing model. From that, this simulation analysis will be support or not. So this virtual digital technology will increase the operation accuracy and reduce the failure process. So this is the important example what I have shared in earlier. Imagine transplantation of heart, or we are going for any open heart surgery. What are the parameters they will take? They will take the shape and size of a heart of each and individual things. The size will be predicted by using this MRI, CT and ECG, etc. They will convert that into biomechanics governing equation. From that, they will go for virtual twin modeling. From that, they will compare that existing modeling with support of AI and simulation engine. Then they will have some kind of a prediction treatment process. From that, if any kind of an understanding has taken, then they will go for changing the methods. If the method will give success, then they will directly go for the clinical decision support. Clearly, if I give an example is, if I found any heart problem, earlier days we will go for MRI scanning or CT scanning, so and so, and doctors will take decision about what kind of problem I have. But recent days, this AI will collect huge number of data of different kind of a human MRI, the CIT data. From that, they will give some kind of an direction, whether the blockage of heart is happened or not, what percentage, this percentage, what will be the output. Less than 70%, how to go for open heart surgery or not. So all this data will be recorded in the machine learning process. Based on that, that picture will give whether if MRI is 70% blockage is occurred, then we have to go for open heart surgery or not, or what kind of medicines we need to take, and so on. So all these things will be happened by using this simulation analysis. So this is an example I am showing here. So many kind of projects are there. One thing I am explaining here, the model includes anatomy of an heart, what kind of flow rate, blood flow rate injected in the veins, and what electric distribution, a small circuit electric conditions will be occurred, and tissues mechanism, bio-tissue mechanism also available in recent simulation analysis. All this data has been integrated in simulation analysis. From that, they can go to see how the heart disease progression is occurred, how the medical device performance will be used, and what kind of surgical procedure required for these kind of issues, or what kind of medicines we need to give these kind of problem. So all these things we can do by using the simulation analysis. Ultimate aim of this kind of simulation analysis to reduce the medical device usage. Probably nowadays using of MRI and CT scan is cost is high, and duration of testing also will take more time because of huge population. We can reduce that kind of problem here, and we can have a correct and precision treatment what kind of problem we have faced, and increase the patient diagnosis system, and faster cardiovascular research will help to increase the suggest the what kind of modification, food habitation, exercise we have to give to this specific problem occurred in that patients. The thing is, Living Heart Initiate demonstrate how realistic simulation can help the researcher and clinical understand the cardio function and treatment outcome for the better interventions. So again, the integration of AI technology will be the combination of machine learning, neural network, and increase the digital twin technology. So one more additional advancement of my presentation. Recent days, we have seen that integration of this real industry 4.0 with AI technology with simulation analysis, developed countries, they have achieved higher production quality. Specifically in China and South Korea, they have an highest strong impact due to the mass production and semiconductor with integration of AI technology. In Germany, they have a high efficient for industry 4.0 and smart factories. In USA, developing of algorithm and predictive manufacturing, they are focusing and they have attained closer to 80%. In India, it's an emerging, growing adaptation for Industry 4.0. Still, we are in progress to implement all this AI-driven technology in industry, and it is growing slowly in progressing. And here I have shown that the data which is occurred in last year. Specifically in Germany, they have focused this digital twin technology for faster factory commissioning process. In US, integration of AI with the digital twin and predictive maintenance reduce the downtime and improve the asset utilization. In China, of course, they are launching different products within a year with smart and number of products with the help of AI, robotics, and digital technology. The thing is increasing the product production outcome. In Japan, they have a high quality and low defect production by using this robotic and virtual commissioning. In India, specifically integrating this 4.0 with the help of digital twin technology, the thing is increasing the productive improvement and improve the process of optimization. So this is an numerical attainment of how this digital twin market has increased within a short duration, and the target of 2030, nearly 149.8.1 billion, they will increase by production from the help of digital twin technology. The reason I'm saying is simulation, modification, analysis, and validation will support this digital twin decision. That decision recent is implemented in all industry 4.0, and that the digital market was gradually, now we have reached nearly 15 billion. We will reach within 4 years closer to 150 billion. And manufacturing adaptation also nowadays is increasing. Closer to 69 production of manufacturers already use this digital twin technology, and 97% they are in progress to implement that one. Investment growth also gradually increasing closer to 72%. And Asia specific growth, it was closer to 32.5 billion within 2030. So it is a global statement. And finally, in academic research, as researchers and academicians, we can concentrate all this domain, manufacturing system, integration of AI digital technology, and energy system, specifically storage system and electric battery system. We can implement this AI technology in all different kind of simulation analysis. In aerospace, they are recent days DRDO and defense, they are highlighting that the requirement and research data they are required in that area. And healthcare and biomedical, most of the IIT and NIT, they have implemented this kind of courses, and they have started doing some kind of fundamental research by using this AI. And agriculture and food, all over the world, this agriculture based research, they have an integrated collaboration support. We can focus on this one. So this is an outline of my presentation, and just giving an idea about how the research is moving towards by using this integration of this AI technology and simulation analysis. So finally, I conclude by using that fundamental modeling transform the physical system into mathematical representation, and the simulation enable safer, cost-effective, and rapid evaluations. Integration of AI technology will give a real-time decision making, and in industry, it is shifting from reactive to proactive, manual to autonomous, design-based, data-driven opportunity. So from this, I came to conclude my presentation. Hello, sir.
Hello, sir. Thank you, sir. Thanks,
Uh,
sir.
right.
Now the participant can ask the queries. If any queries is there, you can ask, and any doubt you can ask.
So I
Others-
have went very fast presentation and covered a different kind of an area.
Yes, sir.
Okay. However, I just covered the outline of the progress only. If any need any support of research and so on, so I am ready to support for their research work also.
Sure, sir. Sure, sir. We will share the PDF to the participant. Based on that, we will get a future communication between us
Sure, sure,
for
sure.
in research areas. In the research area.
Right, sir.
Participant, any queries you can ask, or else you can go for a vote of thanks session. So I have one query: is the digital twin.
Yes, sir.
As in the digital twin, the main what is the next stage of digital twin, sir?
Sir, actually, I clearly explained that integration of AI data
Yes.
with real-time data, we are doing some kind of a modification, right?
Yeah. Yes,
We are
sir. Yes, sir.
thinking only industry will be doing that one. But
Yes,
the thing
sir.
is, nowadays, industry will be more than 130 different sectors. So that's why our central government focusing more on entrepreneurship supporting.
Okay.
It means each and every area, digital twin means doing small modification. They are having some kind of an visual simulation analysis. From that, they will go for real-time production. It means manufacturer will have some clear confident about whether the modification will support or not. That support have to take the feedback from the customer, because customer will get a very fast expectation. For example, if we are using phone for only 2 or 3 years only. Again, we are updating our new model, and we are even in car we will not satisfy with our requirement. Again, we expect some new modification, sophistication. All the things as an example of some kind of a data. From the data only, we need to go for simulation. From that simulation, we can go for production. That production will give success rate. That market only reach for global level. In recent days, we have an opportunity for export our all things in European and some other open countries. It means our market has been opened. Only thing is innovative idea will give success. So this is a closed loop system, sir. Production. Again, production, we have to take the input from the
Virtual
customer.
reality and data
Ah,
collection, yes, sir.
Exactly. It is not only for this specific area, it is covered in every area. Example, I have shown that industry, I mean,
Yes.
health industry. Even
Okay.
heart augmentation, we know that cost of thing will be start from 5 lakhs to 50 lakhs, depend upon the operation cost, hospital, so on so. Even if the doctor or nurse have very experience by virtual handling patient, that will reduce the failure of patient death. Ultimate aim is we are not only reducing the cost, duration of operation, saving the human life. That is very important. So ICMR, they are focusing, giving some research relevant to this area. And I think the call is also in open. Some researchers, they
ICMR.
want, yes, sir. Medical Council, Indian Research Medical Council. The thing is, if you have any collaboration with any in and around closer area to your college, you do interact with that real physiotherapist, I mean, doctor. Get,
Doctors, okay.
use the terminology, and you can apply for the research, and they will give some kind of a small setup, real-time visual setup, that will train some local people, for example, nurses, how to handle the patients. From that, they will get some clear idea. It means they will reduce the failure of handling that patients. Because if you take some real-time data in hospital, I mean, hospital medical-based sector, we have number of hospitals are there, but very less amount of nurses and subordinate people are there. They are handling more than 8 hours. It make them frustrated and doing number of increasing error handling the patients. That is also, that is the main reason. I mean, closer to 37 or 80%, it will be the root cause of wrong kind of treatment for the patient. The thing is, they are not in well practiced, and they don't have any space
Facilities
for
also.
facilities and duration. Working more than 8 hours will make them to do error. So by integration of all these things, that predicted data will give clear idea about only 40% human availability is there. You have to appoint new peoples to rectify these kind of problems, and handling of special care, that nurse will have to not go for the common ward. Handling of common ward people will not go for. So there is so many things happening. I mean, we can take so many examples and so many domains we have, sir. I have shared only the transplantation example, but if
Yes,
you
sir.
go for medical sector, we have a number of activities, a number of problems. Only thing is we have to give the solution for that by using some small modification.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you. So now we go for formal vote of thanks section, sir. Respected dignitaries, resource persons, faculty members, participants, and dear colleagues, it is my pleasant duty to propose the vote of thanks for today's insightful technical sections. On behalf of Department of Mechanical Engineering, Knowledge Institute of Technology, Salem, I express our sincere gratitude to Dr. B.Varun Kumar, Associate Professor, Thiagarajar College of Engineering, Madurai, for delivering an excellent section on system modeling fundamentals. Their presentations provide valuable understanding on the importance of system modeling in smart manufacturing, Industry 4.0, and digital twin applications, especially in the medical fields. And the section was highly informative, practical, and enriched with real-time engineering perspectives like hot transplantations and benefited the participants for their views in the digital twins areas. We are truly thankful to Dr. Varun Kumar for sharing his expertise, research knowledge, and valuable experience with us despite his busy schedule. His insights on simulation based engineering and computation analysis will certainly help participants in their academic research and industrial activities. I would also like to extend my heartfelt thanks to our respected management, principal, organizing committee members, faculty coordinators, technical support team, and all the participants for their active participation and continuous support in making today's section successful. Once again, thank you, sir, and hopefully we have a future communication for our research areas also. Thank you,
Sure.
sir.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, participant. You can leave the sections, and hopefully tomorrow the section will be follow as per schedule. Thank you.